doing this. Why are we lagging tonight? This is idiotic.
And the Supreme Court, a conservative majority. He has appointed 3.
Alright, people. It looks like it's maybe working now, so we're gonna go live. Live to Congress. See what's going on there. Look at that JD Vance. Little legs, Mike Johnson. Ugh, what is happening over here? Loving that suit. Why is Melania's hair the only hair that's moving? What is going on? What the fuck was that?
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Okay, please stop lagging. Why is it still doing this? Why is this happening today? I don't understand. Nothing changed between today and yesterday, or the day before it. Look at... It's the womanizer of defense. The secretary of womanization. I don't think that's the right way to say it. Oh, yes, Christy. Puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. He's Zeldin in there. Howard Letnick's here. Let's move it along, okay? Let's move it along. Quit. Ew. Gross. Gross, guys. Keep it in your pants. Everyone is lagging. Good. I'm glad it's not just me. Makes me feel slightly better. Looks like the lagging has stopped. Knock on Spacewood. Where's my drink? Oh, it's all the way across the room. No. Be right back. This is behind the yeah. Well, most of that is due to the fact that the lag at the beginning of the stream sent you all back. Hopefully we catch up as this goes on. It's very annoying. That's what happens when it lags, is it sends you guys further and further back behind the stream. It's very annoying making. Well, this should be fun, everybody. Sit back. Get yourself ready for this horrifying display in Congress. I think chat is dreading this just as much as I am. I'm glad we all can have that moment together of feeling as though this sense of dread and awful it's on the horizon. None of us know what it's gonna entail for sure, although I have some guesses. Oh god. Yes, listen to Mono Up. Click live. It does look better now. I can attest to that. Oh yeah. Oh god, I still have to clip that video. I still have to do that. Where is I need to I might need to go back to one of the streams where we talked about. I don't know how long it would take me to find that. Although I'm fairly certain I could find it. But you remember that video we watched months ago now after Tulsi got nominated? The one where she was on the Hill Rising saying that Donald Trump was a danger to our democracy, and now she's here for an address to Congress as one of his executive nominees, picks for his cabinet. It's fascinating how little scruples Tulsi Gabbard seems to have for sort of remembering her time in the spotlight. Mike's little legs are looking tired. He looks real like he really wants to sit down. I don't know. Is it just me? Does it look like Mike really wants to just sit back down? Those feet are tired. Mike Johnson's little feet have been running around all over Congress last couple weeks trying to get that CR passed. Or he needs to poop. I can't tell. He either needs to poop or his little legs are really tired. Yell at Jerry. That's a Jerry quote. It's not yelling at Jerry. I don't even see Jerry in here. If you're referring to this is a Jerry quote. This is a transported Jerry quote / Nightbot command from the Majority Report, which got deleted many, many sad months ago. It's like over a year ago now, I think, that they turned Nightbot off at MR. But this was one of the vintage majority report Nightbot commands that we imported here, galactically. It's not yelling. It's not yelling. This is a homage to Jerry. Oh, God, I needed that drink. At this point, I'm considering breaking out the old, breaking out the liquor for this one. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this might require it. I'm thinking right now about whether or not that's what needs to happen for this one. I don't think I've ever drank on stream. Not that anybody would be able to tell. Get my mic closer. There we go. I just want to be able to sit and relax right now while I do this.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Boo.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
China! China!
Of course, MTG's got to wear the fucking Trump hat. What is wrong with you, woman?
Donald Trump's spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Boo this man. Glad to see chat getting involved in the booze. PB placing bets. PB placing bets on the plans. Fascinating. I think you're ahead of us somewhere. I did not notice. There's Trump's new HUD secretary. What's his name? Scott something. God damn it, I can't remember his name. It's Robert. What is this dick's name? Scott. It is Scott. Scott Turner. I was right. I was right about a thing. First time ever. It's the first time for everything. How many salutes tonight? Too many salutes, I'm sure. Are we still wrong asking what's wrong with them? Look, okay. It's my duty to provide commentary, okay? I mean, it's a... That's fair. It's fair. It's a fair question. And, I mean, it's more of a rhetorical question. hypothetical even.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Does C-SPAN have better camera angles? We could switch to C-SPAN. I have them in my list. I've got everybody in here. I was actually considering switching between all of them throughout the stream. I've got Reuters, I've got CNN's live stream, I've got PBS's live stream, and C-SPAN's live stream all in the list. We do have stuff prepared for later tonight, even though I've watched none of it. But we gotta... Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to create a goal so that we can get that content.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much.
Once this is
Speaker
all
Johnson,
over.
Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States,
Who the fuck are those two chicks?
members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Did I just see Matt Walsh on the screen back there a second ago? I just looked over at the live stream. I was like, wait.
6 weeks ago,
Did I just see fucking Matt
I
Walsh?
stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Just getting started. You've already ruined so much of the country. Oh, good. Elon Musk is there.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Fuck yeah!
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of
Really?
which the world
Is
has
it
never witnessed and perhaps
bullshit?
will never witness again.
Never gonna witness it again. Yes, I'm booing. I am
The
booing.
presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Yeah, is this how this is gonna go? This is This is fascinating. Wow.
And won counties in our country.
The fascists are gonna chant USA every time people boo. Go fuck yourself, buddy.
525.
Go fuck yourself,
On a map that reads
douche
almost
in chief.
completely red for Republican.
Boo. Boo this man.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction
Lie.
than the wrong direction. In fact,
Nope.
it's
Not
an
true.
astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Butt stuffed Homan.
Likewise,
Mr. Butt stuff
small
Homan.
business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Shut up. Shut up, Mike. Put that
Members are
little
directed
gavel
to
down.
uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
How darest thou interrupt the
Members are
president?
engaged in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant at arms to
Wow.
restore order to the joint
Wow.
session.
Wow. Can't handle free speech. Republicans hate free speech. We will call the police on you if you use words in ways they don't like criticizing their favorite guy.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Fuck
Take
off.
your seat.
Fuck off, Mike.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the sergeant at arms to restore order.
Wow. Wow.
Remove this
Would it
gentleman
take
from
them
the
5
chamber.
minutes? 5 minutes to start kicking people out? Pathetic. Pathetic. Disgusting. Honestly. Wow. I love how they came here saying they were going to embrace freedom of speech. And now they're kicking out members of Congress for speaking up. Just wow. Pathetic. This is shameful. I cannot
Members
believe
are
this.
directed
Oh,
to
you can't.
uphold
How
and
dare
maintain
you?
decorum in the House.
Oh, yeah. Is that,
Mr. President, you continue.
I wonder if that includes shouting USA.
Over the past 6 weeks,
The Shouting
I have
USA
signed
a disruption?
100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to
It's
do
going to
the
restore
job,
wealth by
and I'm
taking
doing
it from you with tariffs. That's how he does it. Take it from the poor, give it to the rich.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency,
What does that mean?
is the
Our?
most successful in the history of our nation.
Who is our?
By many.
Am I wrong that when Donald Trump says our, he's excluding a whole group of
And
people?
what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that?
What are you?
I don't
What are
know
you
about
just
that
making up
list,
things now? You made this
but
list
we'll
up
take
just
it.
now.
Within
Just now.
hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel
Boo
the
this man.
invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest
Oh
ever
my God.
recorded, ever.
As if anything Donald Trump did anything to do that. Incredible. Taking credit for Joe Biden. Even Melania can't be bothered to stand up for that one.
They heard my
Like, yeah,
words,
yeah.
and they chose not
Keep
to
lying,
come.
husband.
Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month.
Oh, so
And
this isn't a
virtually
break of
all
decorum,
them,
Mike? What's wrong?
including Murderers,
They can't
drug
boo then?
dealers, gang
Oh.
members, and people from mental institutions and
So Republicans can boo
insane
Biden.
asylums
But
were released
Democrats can't boo Trump.
into our country.
Huh,
Who
weird.
would want to do that?
Free speech, everybody.
This is my 5th such speech to Congress.
Mike Johnson, the guy that wants to
And
take away
once
your
again,
Medicaid
I look at the
and
Democrats
other
in front of me, and
services.
I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease.
Donald Trump can find a
disease
cure?
that would wipe
What are you
out
talking about?
entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
The video's low. I can try a different feed, or I
So
can turn my volume
Democrats sitting
down.
before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America?
Name one incredible win.
For the good of our nation,
Actual
let's work
win.
together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
That's right, America, you're
I
only allowed
terminated the
to
ridiculous
applaud for
Green
Trump.
New scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization.
So it's okay when people
And
applaud.
I also
but not
withdrew
boo.
from
Oh,
the
Mike.
anti-American UN Human Rights
Gotta check
Council.
out the one black congressman yelling. Is that it?
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office they will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
Boo. Boo this man.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech
Just after Mike got
in
done
America.
censoring
It's back.
Al Green. He's going to bring up government censorship. Wow. Awkward.
I don't want
And 2 days ago, I
reality.
signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Wow.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
Boo.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Give me a joke.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton
Matt
McNabb
Walsh. Look at that.
was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it.
She's never seen it before.
Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and
Stupid
Peyton, from now on,
why can't you
schools
just get out of
will
the way of
kick
balls?
the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, Just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race, 5 hours and 14 minutes
boxing?
ahead of a woman.
A long-distance race in boxing?
New record by
what the fuck are you talking
5
about?
hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back
We're working
down.
very
Secretary, do a good job on that.
Over the
You
last
inherited
month,
a total
they've
mess
only
from
gone
the
up in
previous
price.
administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
Like the coal power plants that got shut down? We need more coal and oil, is that it? For fuck's sake, dude. You're so fucked.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's
team?
called Drill Baby Drill.
The drill baby drill team? What the fuck does that even mean, dude?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The drill baby drill
My
team.
administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
You must destroy the land in order to live on it.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer
You
dollars.
can do price caps. You can do price caps instead of stupid things. I don't know.
And
Just
to
an
that
idea.
end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Boo.
DOGE.
Fucking boo.
Perhaps you've heard
If
of it. Perhaps.
fucking boo this man.
Which is headed by
I want Democrats to
Elon
get kicked
Musk,
out of this.
who is in
Just
the
start
gallery
booing.
tonight.
I don't care. If they're gonna do it, there should be a public display. Just start genuinely booing this shit. Yeah, there we go. I hear some boos. Fucking boo this man. More boos. Elizabeth, start booing. Stop texting and boo.
Thank
watch
you,
this
Elon.
later.
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of.
Lesotho. Yeah,
$60 million
that's not how you
for
pronounce it.
indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment
Lesotho.
in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program.
How dare they give Sesame Street
$1.9 billion to recently
That's ours.
created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved.
We need more
Just
carbon
at the
in the
last moment,
atmosphere.
the money was passed over
Come on.
by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
$1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department
Yeah, Asia has
of Education.
departments of
The
education.
most ever paid. Nothing
you're
even
trying to
like
destroy.
it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Democrats, start booing this shit. What is your problems? Wake up. Are you scared?
And we've taken back the
being
money
removed from
and
Congress?
reduced our debt to fight inflation and other
Fight.
things.
Back.
Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129.
You know what I love about this? Donald Trump is just coming out and repeating all the stuff that's been debunked, proved to be wrong. And, you know, that's where we're at right now.
Ages
Got a fucking
140
idiot
to 149.
who's
And
touting
money is being
fake
paid
achievements.
to many of them.
I don't
And
want
we're
reality.
searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Why is Elise so thrilled right now? She's settled the fuck down. Why? Oh my
Including,
God. She is
to finish,
bubbling.
1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
Are you going to force banks to lower the amount of interest they're charging on top of the money that they're receiving from the Federal Reserve? Because, hey, I'm all about that.
Interest
Force
rates
the banks.
took a beautiful
Lower the interest
drop,
rates.
big, beautiful drop. It's about time.
They don't have to make that much money.
And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
By giving a multi-trillion-dollar tax cut to yourself and Howard Lutnick over here and your wife and Elon. Meanwhile, that deficit's going to stay exactly where it's at or get much, much worse. But nobody wants reality
With
in
that
this
goal
room.
in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy
China! I have to have my China.
Citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country.
This is exactly what his voters wanted, right? They were like, we're sick of poor immigrants coming over here, taking our jobs. We want the rich immigrants to come over here and make things more expensive, buy up all the real estate,
instead of having them being
and all of
forced
that
out.
stuff. It's going to be great.
Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
This is so stupid. How many people, seriously, anybody here want to give a guess as to how many people out there have $5 million to just throw at the U.S. to move here?
Have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that.
Bullshit. Even the Republicans know that's
this
bullshit.
Group is going to be voting for the tax.
Hilarious. By the way, there's only 2,700 billionaires on the entire planet. So those are going to be the main buyers of that $5 million visa. Many of them already live in the United States. So it's going to be weird. It's going to be hard to get people to buy $5 million visas.
Income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
Oh.
And I also
start by paying your taxes, Rashida Tlaib.
On car loans, tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it?
No.
That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing.
What?
And just as we did before, we will provide
Are you
100% expensing. It will be retroactive.
What?
January 20th, 2025.
Get the fuck out.
And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful.
Oh my
In
God.
our first term, giving us
wow.
the most successful
Is that what people
economy
wanted?
in the history of our country.
Is that what
First
people
term.
wanted?
We had a great first term.
People wanted manufacturers like Tesla to not pay taxes? Is that a fucking joke?
However, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs.
I'm fucking blown away by that. This is the first time I've heard that. He's going to end all taxes on manufacturers in the United States.
Higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is
can't get
twice
past that.
what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not just one day. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth.
This is a
whatever they
idiotic
tax
tariff.
us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market.
We will take in trillions and
trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen
perhaps some
before.
other places.
I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on Earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that with them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt.
You're going to get rid of the CHIP Act?
Or any other reason you want to.
Wait, did I hear that right? He's going to get rid of the CHIP Act? The CHIPS Act? Strange.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because
I love the American farmer. That's why I've cut off funds to them.
Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in.
Oh, wow. Dirty, disgusting immigrants, huh?
Tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases.
What
and
is
I said,
happening?
just bear with me. And they did. They did.
Why
Probably
are
have
we
to bear
lagging?
with me again, and this will be even better. That was great.
What the fuck is
The
going
problem
on?
with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases.
What is happening?
And we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
We're okay.
It won't be much.
If your life is
No,
disturbed,
no.
get over it. We're fine with it.
And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much.
The lowest we've ever been in what?
I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were
I wonder if we can use the
murderers,
Take It Down
human
Act to take down libs of TikTok.
traffickers,
Anybody?
from the streets of dangerous
Somebody look into that.
all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
Christ. Their obsession over this one fucking girl while people die all over this country is just insane. But she's a very useful tool for them. Back in the pawn.
Most sweeping border and
back in pawn, Riley. We're going to use you.
History, and we quickly achieved the lowest
it's a great way to fearmonger about immigrants
ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Also, they're allowed to chant Trump. They're allowed to do whatever they want.
Joe
Republicans
Biden
can do whatever they
didn't
want.
just open our
Democrats
borders, he flew illegal
not allowed to say
aliens
anything.
over them to
It's illegal
overwhelm
now.
our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout
Criticizing the president
Entire
is illegal.
Towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio,
Help!
buckled
Help! I'm being
under
repressed!
the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful,
environmental
34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America.
Fuck?
Alexis,
So we can
ago,
have nature reserves as long as it's dedicated to
in loving memory of your
some sort of a
daughter,
political
Jocelyn.
stunt.
So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Is that what it is? We're going to delete all of the national parks and we're going to replace them with new national parks dedicated to Donald Trump's political legacy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why not. Yeah, let's do that. We have all the children to use as pawns in our political fight.
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every
This is really bringing to light just how nonsensical the term terrorist really is.
Or,
and just how,
if they're too dangerous,
randomly it's
jails,
applied.
Standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Go fuck yourself, buddy.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them.
Right now.
Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely.
Seek safety.
I have some of the
You're gonna seek the safety
prints of that event, and it was not good.
Safety.
Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and
Agent Ortiz, will you please shut the fuck up?
Fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always
Literally don't
honor
care.
you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Go to hell, buddy.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
The war on drugs is back, people. It worked really great the first time. It's going to work even better the second time.
5 nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada
Cartels, they just want to work with us.
to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law. against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Wow. What about when police officers murder people? How about that? Is that an immediate death sentence as well? Or will they get qualified immunity?
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Daniel, you're a fucking pawn, kid. Hey, Sammy, gifting Galactic News Network memberships. Thank you very much. Who got one? Granola Grin, Morby Daslo, Sue Fairy Dust B, Disco Wolf, and Forbezilla. Wow, all people who I'm sure will greatly appreciate those gifts. That gets us part of the way. Like, what is that? It's like two and a half. I'll count it as 3. I'll count it as 3. Since you broke the ice.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
I'm sorry, what? This little kid is part of the Secret Service now? What? Is that a joke? What is he, like 11 years old? Is that a joke? This is ridiculous. This is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. This is the worst version of Make-A-Wish I've ever seen.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget.
Oh, right.
Our goal is to
right, because if your name is Kennedy, that just makes you a good person automatically. Out of our
food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that.
Or the science has changed over the last 30 years, you dumb shit.
Bobby and all of the people that are working with you, you have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck.
Christ.
It's a very important job. Thank you.
Wow. Yes, we must empower the anti-vaxxers to destroy the immunity of the country. Great. That's so good.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools.
Oh my God.
A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl.
Oh my God.
Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually. All without telling January,
oh, how dare they,
who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse.
Child abuse. Oh my God.
Thank you very much.
Fuck this woman.
Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
My God. This is fucking pathetic.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I can't have activists or...
Congratulations.
Wow, yeah. How dare people be activists? What about those fucking Jan Sixers, buddy? What do those count as? Are those ideologues
And he's not big
activists?
into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well.
Yeah, he really hates
I
the
am
woke
pleased to report that
so
in
much.
January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
The speech is just an hour and a half long. celebration of the
Thank
worst
you.
shit.
Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
From who? Who are we protecting ourselves from? Russia? Aren't we best friends with Russia now? I guess it must be China.
China!
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there. Not even
wasn't
close.
there?
But
What are you
now we
talking
have
about?
The technology, it's
What?
incredible, actually.
There's been an
And
Iron
other
Dome
places
in Israel
they
for
have it.
decades.
Israel has it. Other places. have it.
Technology. We gave them
And
the technology.
United
What are you
States should
talking
have
about?
It too, right, Tim? Right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died.
Not
building
true.
The Panama Canal.
Certainly not American
They
workers.
died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice.
It's like 10% of what he's saying.
They
So
paid
maybe a
them
few
very highly
thousand.
to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you
But
bring
not
it up
in
to
our
modern
country.
day
It's in a
costs.
different country.
It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been
Oh, my God.
violated very severely. We didn't give it to
The speech is like
China.
87%
We gave it
lies,
to Panama, and
13%
we're taking
hate.
it back.
Somebody
Now we
needs
have
to
Marco Rubio
the old
in
Congress
charge.
right
Good
now.
luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's
Doing a great job sucking up to Vladimir Putin with me. Did a great job.
Great job.
Completely discarding
And
all
I
of his
also have a
previous
message
objections.
tonight for the incredible people of
For me.
Greenland. We strongly support.
Wait,
your
don't
right
worry
to
about it, little
determine
Marco.
your own
Gentlemen, let's-
future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together
Right.
we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible
Everyone's
before.
gonna be very rich.
It's a very small
Paying
population.
all those extra
but very,
costs
very
on
large piece of
food
land and
and
very, very important for
goods.
military security. America is
great.
once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
I'm at a loss right now.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future
Right.
for the entire region.
Sure.
A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense. With no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. and they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe.
Math is tough.
They wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago,
something which your administration
amid
barely
rising tensions,
attempted for the first 2 weeks.
A history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin.
Wait, so Russia did a bad thing?
Last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malfine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
Fuck this guy for coming. I knew I didn't like him. When I saw him meet up with Donald Trump after being released, I had a feeling that this guy was a piece of shit. I would have turned down this fucking invitation.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee.
By the way, we're listening to Hitler's favorite Wagner song right now. It felt right. Yes, the music's for me. This is Tristan and Isolde. What do you call it? Symphony orchestra piece by Wagner. One of Hitler's favorites. And probably one of Donald Trump's favorites, too, since he loves Hitler so much.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my
so
life
majestic,
was saved
Hitler
that
would
day
be
in Butler
very proud.
for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it.
Always be free to do exactly what Trump wants. Otherwise,
anything happen to our
we're gonna put you in jail.
Because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors.
So much surviving.
Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the
This guy's
mighty
concept of history
Hoover Dam,
is just
and the
fascinating.
towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle, gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take
Manifest
America's
destiny
into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era, with God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we're going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. Through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit, and we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever
With this music, it
been
really does
seen
feel even more like a
before.
Hitler speech.
Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
I'm disappointed in Democrats for not getting themselves kicked out. Only Al Green, the only one who had the gumption and fortitude to stand by his beliefs, to speak up against fascist takeover of our government. Everybody else just sat there and politely
Thank you very much. Great
shut
job.
their mouths.
Great honor.
Very disappointed. I'm sick of the signs also.
Thank you.
I'm really sick of the signs. Remember when that happened
It's a great
last
honor.
time?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm just sick of it. I am fucking sick of the signs. Speak up. I don't care about decorum.
Thank you.
These people, decorum, worrying about decorum in the midst of what Donald Trump and his people are doing, is just pathetic. It's a pathetic choice.
Great night. Thank you.
Decorum and civility politics in the midst of a fascist takeover our government is not what we need. Be loud.
Appreciate it.
And they did not do that.
Thank you again. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Really good.
So good, sir.
Thank you.
Terrific, Mr. Really terrific. Really outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great team.
President, one of your best speeches.
Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too. Thank you.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you very much. I'll do it. Just give me the information.
I'm not going to give it to you. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech.
Great speech.
Well, looks like that's going to be it for us tonight.
Best speech ever.
It was good, though. It was good to be with you. It was not a good speech. It was actually horrifying. Actually quite horrifying, as it turned out. But it was good to be able to be with you all and do this together.
You don't have to introduce yourself. I know you better than you do, Rush. My Great baseball.
America
Good
is
job. Great job you're doing.
America is back. Thank you so much.
Welcome you back in Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for.
Thank you all.
They stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal.
Oh, how dare they?
That was fantastic, sir. That was thank you very much. Thank you. Quick selfie. Mr. President. Good job, Mr. President. Great job. Thank you so much. Great speech, sir. Great speech. Yes, sir. President back in Pennsylvania. Oh, they're just careful. I was standing on absolutely. Good job, Mr. President.
Oh, good. How you doing? All right?
Did you get a chance to shake his hand earlier? Do you want me to get a picture of you shaking his hand or anything? You're good.
Thank you very much.
Let's do biofilm.
Thank you, darling.
Great, sir. Thank you. I love you. Best speech on the floor ever. Yeah,
Puppy killer. Oh wait, no, that's not Kristi Noem. That's what's her name?
Congratulations.
Nikki. Right? It's Nikki. Right? Can't keep track of all these fucking horrifying bitches. Oh my god. What a sad day for America. Truly sad and horrifying.
Let's go. Get down to that. You get down. Good luck.
Oh wait, that wasn't Nikki Haley. That was what's her name? God, they all look the same.
Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Oh, thank you for mentioning God. Oh, no one was gonna mention God without you, Trump. And our government is supposed to be devoid of religious talk.
You really triggered those people.
Tremendous, Mr. President. Thanks for the beneficial ownership ban this week.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for mentioning farmers.
Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. You earned this night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Worked hard. Thank you, man.
Proud of you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great again, brother. Thank you. Good endorsement here for
I did indeed. You better believe it.
Very well done,
Good
sir.
endorsement.
President, home run.
Thank you. Great job.
Nancy, thank you. Nancy Mace.
Everybody. Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you.
Doing a great job.
Amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you.
I see. I have no idea who you are.
Thank
It was great. Give you a little pat on the tit.
Mr. President.
Little tit pat.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this beautiful.
Look how beautiful Lauren's looking tonight. I might take her home. I don't know. I don't know. I'm into it. I think she might be multi-ethnic, but that's okay. Thank you so much. You've all been so good.
Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at them.
I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings.
You let me know.
I will. Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Good for God. He deserves a win, says Maz. Oh, Mozzie. You silly bastard. Oh, God. Well, chat, that's going to wrap up this stream. Unfortunately, we did not achieve our goals. Short by 2 super chats or stickers.
The house will be
Oh, shut up, Virginia. It's the weakest ass fucking gaveling I've ever seen. Bobert snuck around and bombed him for that selfie. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She gets social media. She knows how to do the socials. She knows when the moment is right. Unfortunately, chat, we're not going to get late night space radio tonight. I was planning on taking just a day off, but this forced me to do a stream. Was glad to see you all here tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed. Probably going to make this members only. If you want to rewatch this horrifying situation, which I doubt anybody does. Gonna have to be a member. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us. It's really good seeing all of you. I will try and do a stream probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's left past 10. They kind of blow up my time spot. Maybe Thursday? Maybe Thursday? Probably Thursday. I just don't like going over left past 10 or Leftist Mafia. I appreciate Leftist Mafia going at 8:30, which gives me sort of a window to play with. But they start right at 10, which is when we usually start. So it's like, I don't want to compete with entire groups of online leftists. God, that was a horrifying speech. I feel like we just need to sit here for a few minutes just to get over that horrifying 2 hours, 2+ hours of just the worst content ever. Just terrible. But I appreciate you all coming out. I appreciate the gifted memberships from, who was that again? I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, my brain just broke. Who gave out gifted memberships today? Oh shit, Mish with the super chat. Thanks for making it tolerable. I do my best. I do my very best to make it tolerable. I really do. That might actually, I think that might break us through to getting the content. Do people want the late night? Do y'all want the late night space radio? Because I think that just got us. I think that just did it. It's a double teal, aka a gold super chat, which I gotta count as 2. All right, we're gonna take a break because I need to do a couple of things before, but we're gonna keep the stream going. I'll keep it live. Switch us to the break screen here. Go to the pool. But thank you, Mish, for the super chat. Slotkin? Is Slotkin doing a stream? I also heard something about maybe a Democratic response from Bernie Sanders. So we will. I'll come back as quickly as I can, but we will keep the stream going. I'm gonna throw some music up here. Awesome. All right. Looks like we're getting a stream. Double the content, double the fun. Double your pleasure. Double Galactic Mint Gum. Yes, people do want the Galactic stream? Shocking. Okay. Good to know I'm wanted. I've already got a list of like 70 videos for us to get through. I have not even... Oh, Bernie's doing a response right now. We'll watch this when I get back from the break. It's already been 2 hours. But we will watch that when I get back from the break. We're a state of the... Technically, is not actually technically a State of the Union. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. It's just a statement from Trumpy. Can't be a State of the Union address from a president who's only been around for a month. The real State of the Union will happen next year at this time. This is just a statement. Oh, and Slotkin is giving a speech right now. Alyssa, okay. So yeah, maybe we'll watch the Alyssa Slotkin speech at the beginning of all of the next stream. Pop that in there. As well as the Bernie response. I feel like the Bernie response is going to be better. Mish, the space people's hero. It's true. It's true. She got us through the gates into the bonus content right at the bell. Yeah, do what you all have to do. Hit the store, hit the bathroom, grab yourself a snack, whatever it might be. Be back with the content very shortly. Be here hanging out on the break, on the galactic break planet. What do I throw up? Yeah, this is... Just throw this up. Actually, it's gonna get me fucking copyright struck. Yeah, we'll do that. That one's fine. All right, everybody. Saw 15, and we'll be back with more galactic content. So remember that if you have been watching the stream and you're not liking or subscribing, to do just that, because we're still trying to get to 1,000 subs. We gotta get these likes up so we can have as many emotional support characters for the real stream, which is coming very soon. Very, very soon. Slotkin is the official response. Yeah, but Bernie is the official galactic response. He's our official spokesman. Alright, here's a little music for you all while you wait. Louis Slotkin. No, Alyssa Slotkin. Louis Slotkin. Alright. Well, I hope you didn't keel over or become sick while watching that last 2 hours of galactic streamery. We'll be right back. Enjoy this short intergalactic intermission. Alright, chat. I'm kind of back right now. About to try and really get us going here. Oh, wow, what a weird start to the stream today, huh? It's a little surreal for me. Oh, I gotta put my fucking headphone away. Cannot have earbuds in while I do this. Oh, God. Okay, actual back. I had to make myself food. I haven't even eaten it yet, but I'll eat it on a break. Just have to boil water to make ramen. I've been trying to keep my meals down to $1 or less. Cut down on galactic expenses over here so I can pay the bills. Ensure that the stream keeps on streaming. And by the way, I'll give you this reminder. You know what that sound means, chat. Time for us to get back to the content. I gotta refresh a couple things. Go back to the office here. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Back in the office. I've changed the title to the stream. That's good. Good job, me. Ay. Anybody notice how ramen's even getting more expensive? Like, I'm talking about like top ramen, right? Like the stuff that used to be basically free. And now it costs like $1 a pack. It's out of control. What qualifies as a teal super chat? It's $5. It's $5, I think. And also $5 super stickers I'm taking. We're also counting 2 memberships, gifted or started, continued as super chats, as the same thing, essentially. Also $5 cash apps, $5 PayPal, any of those things. And yes, that's US dollars. Dollar bill. Ramen love. I mean, I don't know if it's love. Certainly not top ramen love. I don't love it, but I do love how cheap it is, or should be. Oh yeah, I was almost like, thank you, Mono. I was like, I could have sworn there's something else I was gonna say, but the goal's already over. We reached it. We did it to get the content. Oh my fucking god. Daredevil. I've never seen this color super chat in this here galactic chat before. I am floored. Utterly blown away by this one. Jesus Christ, Der. This gets one of these. Holy cow. Treat myself to some good meals. You know, I appreciate that. I really do. Bad Lefty thinks it's a misclick. Wow. Love you, Durr. Really appreciate you. I would have felt bad if it was actually a misclick, but I was fairly certain that wasn't the case. All right. Gotta get us up to the spot I want us at. We're gonna start this all back off. Wait, why didn't this reload? Son of a bitch. This is very rude. Your mother says that all chats are super. Yeah. A mom would say that. We were waiting for that to hit. Oh god. I assume you're talking about the sound shots. I was searching deep down. I was like, what do I do? What sound shot do I do? But all right, I guess let's get to this late night space radio. Wait, didn't I? Where did it go? I swear to God. Wait, did I not move it yet? Hold on. No, I totally did move it. Where is this shit? They already take down the Slotkin response? Wait, what the fuck is... Hold on. It's easier for me to do with my phone. What the fuck? What is that? May Wormy with the super sticker. I've never seen that rolling happy pair before. That's a new one. That is definitely a new one. I love that. That pair looks like they're having a great time. That is one happy pair right there. My God. I wish I could select both of these at the same time. Don't worry, I will click that again. One's Daredevil's chat. It's done here. I try my best to like have them up while they're still up in the little chat bar. I don't know if anybody ever noticed that. Feeling a lot of love from everyone right now. Really appreciate all of you. But before we start this, I keep getting distracted by these very generous super chats and stickies right now. And Monop is right. I do count Cash App towards the goals. But we already reached the goal for tonight. People are just being sweet generous right now. Really. Overwhelmed by that generosity. So much so that I'm very confused because I could have sworn I added this Slotkin response to my list. Now it's gone. And that make no sense. Did they private it or something? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, it's right there. Associated Press has it. Okay. Jesus. Alyssa Slotkin is a Reagan Republican. She is kind of a neo-lib, isn't she? She's someone who I don't think about very often. It was horrible. It was a horrible speech. Dirk. It was the worst. Be glad that you weren't here if you weren't here. Actually, I was struggling to pay attention to chat during all of it because I was just so horrified by just the terrible of that speech. Alright, chat. Well, looks like it's time for us to get to the show in whole. We just got done watching 2 hours of terrible. Took a little break there. And we're about to get right back to it. Right frickin' now. So buckle up those seatbelts, Space Fams. It's about to get weird in here. Alright, let's start with that Slotkin official Democratic response. Should have been Bernie. He did his own, and we're going to get to that right after this one. Right? We're going to get back to that one. Go web go. Hello. Why? What is happening? What is happening right now? I don't understand. Why are we over here? This is not where we should be. Oh my God. I just realized something.
Protest in which afterward he told reporters that he plans to work on articles of impeachment.
Okay, here's Alyssa Slotkin's response on the AP. She used to be in the CIA and at the Department of Defense. Interesting. Somehow I just don't remember her. She's very forgettable. For some reason, this this pair rolling on the ground makes me feel things. I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. It's a very funny pair. Why is my computer being weird right now? Why is this open? That should not be open. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to get over to the regular part of this stream here. All right, there we go. Everything. I need sound too. We're gonna need sound. Are we good? This isn't. I knew it. I wasn't live. Click live. Okay. To the Slotkin official Democratic response on the AP. Go web go.
Protest in which afterward he told reporters that he plans to work on articles of impeachment against Trump.
And that's something that we have seen from Congressman Green in years past. I think in 2017, in President Trump's first term, again in 2019, he was still already introducing those articles of impeachment. So clearly a theme for him, but also something we can expect to see more of this time.
And that's really a big takeaway. We are still a highly divided country. The polarization is there. It doesn't look like it's going away. If anything, tonight showed us that it will intensify.
As we await this Democratic response, just what is your big thematic takeaway tonight? I know you said that this was kind of a red meat speech.
Neither of these people are Alyssa Slotkin, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, I want to say, I don't want to dox you, but to the person who donated $5 on Cash App just now, thank you very much. Not just now, it was like 20 minutes ago or something. Regardless of the time, I just want to say thank you. I never say who donates on those because I fear that I'm going to wind up saying somebody's government name. And that'd be bad. All right, where's the Alyssa part of? There it is. Okie dokie. Starting now.
What he would do. He wants to pull back the CHIPS funding, which helps to build computer chip factories in the U.S. The irony.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat, but it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy.
Fun.
So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy.
Let's not. This is the worst speech I've ever heard. Please leave. Okay, there was at least a phonics response. At least a portion of it, about 2 minutes of it. We could watch the next 12, but we have other content to do. It's already midnight on the Eastern seaboard right now in the United States. That goddamn Trump speech went on for frickin' ever. It must have been literally over a 2-hour speech. I couldn't believe all those old people were somehow able to stay awake so late. But let's go to one old man who I genuinely respect, who also had a response. Should have been the official Democratic response, I would guess. I haven't heard it yet because it just frickin' happened. But let's go to it together. Listen in.
Is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, illegal, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Come on! Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families.
Whoa, is it lagging
Trump
right now?
spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him.
You sure it wasn't
were
6
the
years?
three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg.
Follow the rich way.
And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny? I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people.
G-Bags
or
day
the
one.
enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. We remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee health care for all. Mr. President, you really want to make America great again? Then make sure that every American, regardless of income, can go to a doctor or a hospital and not worry about how they're going to pay the bills. President Trump, health care is a human right. I didn't hear one word from you, not one word. Over 90-minute speech, not one word from you about the health care crisis that is impacting many, many millions of our people. Nor did I hear you say why we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs.
That's the one thing I think about Bernie that makes him so effective. He is so good at just listening for what he wants to hear. And if he doesn't hear it, he's going to attack you for it. Like, it's... you know, like, he has lines that he's drawn. And I think these are the things that you have to be serious about, or you're not being serious, right? And if you know, like, he's like going down the list here. These are the things that Donald Trump didn't talk about.
Sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries. And why 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Not one word about the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, we have nearly 800,000 Americans who are homeless. Over 20 million of our people spend more than half of their limited income on housing. No! We have a major housing crisis in America. Everyone knows it, apparently, except you. Because in your speech tonight, I didn't hear you mention the housing crisis.
Arguably the greatest.
Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. 3 richest people in America, the folks Trump invited to stand behind him at his inauguration, now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, 170 million Americans. Did anyone out there hear one word from the President of the United States on that enormously important issue, which gets to the very fabric of our society? So few owning so much while so many people suffer. And here's something else the President forgot to discuss. Not only is our life expectancy 4 years lower than other wealthy countries, the bottom 50% in this country, the working class of America, on average, live 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. Got that? In other words, being poor or working class in this country today is a death sentence. Did you hear any discussion tonight as to why so many of our people are living shorter lives than they should? During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot.
Yep.
And let's be clear. Not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working...
He didn't just say drill, baby, drill. He said we have a team, and that team is called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's what he said. It was very stupid. I've never heard... is there an actual team out there named Drill, Baby, Drill? Or did he just say something very stupid? I don't know. Either way. Actually, I do know. It was stupid. Whoa. Why does that sound so quiet? There we go. It was stupid. Either way.
Did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse.
I feel like I'm taking crazy
I
pills.
did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is chump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%, and it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, including his tariffs, which he spoke a lot about tonight, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight, in so many words, Trump urged Congress to pass his big, beautiful budget.
Immediately, if
you know
not
what's
sooner.
really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about throwing millions of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide seniors. Gee, I didn't hear that from Trump tonight either. It would be a devastating blow, these cuts to Medicaid, for the 32 million Americans who get their health care at community health centers. And it's not just Medicaid that Trump's budget would cut. It would also cut nutrition assistance by at least $230 billion. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. And can you imagine? The billionaire class, people who can support their families, some of these guys have tens of billions of dollars, support their families for the next 10 generations, 50 generations. People who live in incredible opulence. People who own their own jet planes, they own their own private islands, they own their own spaceships. Trying to get tax breaks by taking food out of the mouths of low-income kids.
Help! Help!
That truly is disgusting. What we are seeing is the Robin Hood principle in reverse. Taking from the poor and giving to the rich and the very, very rich. And here is something else Trump has been doing. For the past several weeks, he and his good friend Elon Musk, who was up there in the audience tonight, have been throwing hundreds of thousands of federal employees off their jobs. Now, I know some of you are saying, well, that's too bad, but that's the federal government, not me, it's not me, it's just those guys who work for the federal government. But I want you to think about this. Think about it for a moment. If Musk and his friends can arbitrarily throw federal workers out on the street today, what do you think that Musk and his fellow billionaires will be doing tomorrow when artificial intelligence and robotics explode in this country? Do you think they'll give a damn about you and your families? No, they will treat you exactly the way they're treating federal employees today. You will be out on the street as well.
Come on!
But it is not only absurd domestic policies that we've got to fight. For the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, we must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. We must always stand for democracy, not dictatorship. Let me be very clear. Regardless of where Trump is taking this country, here's what I think and what I believe the American people want us to do. They want us to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Well, golly gee, I didn't hear Mr. Trump talk about that tonight. a corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections. It is beyond crazy that someone like Elon Musk can contribute over $270 million to help get Trump elected, and then he gets to run the government. It is absurd that any member of Congress who stands up to Netanyahu's brutal war in Gaza can expect to be opposed by millions of dollars in campaign contributions coming from AIPAC. The American people want us to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to the public funding of elections.
Seriously.
Democracy is supposed to be about one person, one vote, not billionaires buying the political candidates of their choice. And further, no, we should not be giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not what we should be doing. We must demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. We must raise the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of at least $17 an hour. We must make it easier for workers to join trade unions, grow the union movement, and prevent corporations from violating labor laws with impunity by passing the PRO Act, legislation that I will be introducing tomorrow. No, we are not going to cut Social Security. Quite the contrary. We must expand Social Security benefits and extend its solvency for the next 75 years by scrapping the cap that allows a billionaire to pay the same amount into Social Security as a truck driver. Too many of our seniors are hurting today for us to be talking about cutting Social Security. Over 20% seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less. Further, instead of making massive cuts to Medicaid, we must join every other major country in guaranteeing health care to all of our people through a Medicare for All single-payer program. We must also take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, get them to charge us what they charge other countries, reducing prescription drug prices by 50%. And at a time of a terrible housing crisis in Vermont and in every area of our country, we must build at least 4 million units of low-income and affordable housing, stop corporate landlords from jacking up rent prices, and establish a cap on rent. In a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. All of our young people must have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges, trade schools, and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt.
Jaeger 8 Larson just resubscribed. 3 months. Thank you for the resub.
Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy. You know, I heard a lot of talk about freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control their own bodies, not the local, state, or federal governments. Now, I know, because I've heard from many of you, that there are a lot of people out there who are feeling angry and frustrated at what's going on here in Washington, D.C. And some of you may feel a bit hopeless. So let me say this. At this particular moment in history, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable. And none of us have the privilege of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too high. Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people stand up by the millions against oppression and injustice and fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty, invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes, I know. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that. Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that they can be beaten. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or the language we speak, or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win. We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
There we go. There was the real State of the Union from Bernie Sanders. State of fuckedness right now. But Bernie's not giving up the fight, and we can't either. So we must trudge forward. How are we doing here? Wow. Okay. Let's get to talking about what's been happening over the last day. Because we're doing a real stream here, we're not just talking about what happened in Congress today. We gotta move past whatever the fuck Donald Trump just said. Most of it was stupid. Or just horrifying. Let's go here. This was the House, which committee was this? I can't remember. But Elon Omar was, the House Education and Workforce Committee. That's what it is. Yes, and she dropped the hammer on the GOP over their proposed cuts to social services. This was actually from, what's today? This was last Friday, but it's a Forbes breaking news clip. Have I heard about Jank's unholy collab with Dr. Phil that's streaming right now? No, I have not. I did not hear about that. That is gross. That is gross. We're gonna have to do another TYT video. I rarely do them. I did one. I did one TYT, like what the fuck is going on over their video. I feel like we need to do a second one at this point. Like, and it's been, it hasn't even been that many months. It's been like 3 months. Try and stay focused on more important things than what the fuck Jank is doing, but god damn it, dude. What is wrong with that guy? Very stupid. Very stupid guy, that Jank. Wonder if he's gonna ask Dr. Phil if he can go on those ice raids with him, you know?
Without sharks and salt. The representative from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it truly astonishing that House Republicans have brought us here today to discuss ways to unleash America's workforce while they are actively abandoning workers. How exactly are we supposed to unleash anything when federal workers are being threatened by an unelected billionaire? When critical government services and authorized funds are being disturbed at a whim? when worker protection, basic safeguards against unsafe working conditions and employment discrimination are being undermined. We are already hearing reports that the Trump administration has begun firing many workers at the Department of Labor and the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. Ranking Member Scott and I recently sent a letter to HHS demanding more information about these staffing cuts and grant distributions. We have not heard anything back yet. Dr. Sherholz, I want you to help us understand how these attacks on critical agencies will impact worker safety. What does it mean for workers if these agencies lose significant numbers of federal employees?
It's probably bad, right?
What OSHA does is protect workers' health and safety by passing laws, by passing regulations, publishing regulations, enforcing those regulations. When they have less personnel, they will be able to do that less effectively. America's workers will be less safe on the job, full stop. The Wage and Hour Division, for example, they enforce wage protections. They make sure, their workforce has already been shrunk dramatically, so their low-wage workers today lose tens of billions of dollars a year in the form of wage theft by their employers, employers not paying minimum wages that they are owed, not paying overtime that they are owed. We cut Wage and Hour Division, and that skyrockets even further. Workers will be hurt by actually being hurt on the job and by losing wages that they were legally owed.
Yeah. And who really benefits when agencies lose this capacity?
Okay. The people who benefit are bad apple employers. They benefit because they are able to cut corners on worker safety protections. They're able to cut corners on actually paying their workers. They just don't have as much oversight over what they do. So bad apple employers gain over workers. Bad apple employers gain over lawful employers because then they are in a competitive advantage over lawful employers. And then the other group that benefits from this are the wealthy who are going to be the disproportionate beneficiaries of the tax cuts that these kinds of agency cuts are going to help pay for.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that witness. Sounds great, doesn't it? Employers allowed to do whatever they want to you. You know, they want to beat you up, tie you to a chair, I don't know, put you in a position where you might die without telling you about it. Things like that. They just get to do that now. Because OSHA is being gutted by the Trump administration. Now, Donald Trump was saying a bunch of stuff. I don't know if you remember. But he brought out that list again of all these cuts that DOGE has supposedly been making. All this great success in efficiency making. However, we have heard that there's a lot of inconsistency there in terms of reliability on that information in the past. But a reporter at the New York Times has been doing the deep dive on the DOGE, on the dodgy DOGE department, and their cuts they've been announcing ad nauseum. And it turns out that they're even worse than we thought. They're even wronger than we had up to this point talked about. It's actually, this is fascinating. And the Anderson Cooper jump scare, by the way. CNN from 14 hours ago.
Yeah, byline on this news story. The headline, struggling with errors, DOGE deletes billions more from list of savings. The subheadline reads, for the second time in a week, Elon Musk's government overhaul effort updated its wall of receipts to remove mistakes that inflated its success.
Well, first of all,
you and your colleagues have done such incredible
will be
reporting, and they're
incorrect.
showing many of the mistakes and false numbers that this DOGE team have posted on their so-called wall of receipts, overstating savings, claiming an $8 billion savings instead of $8 million. Your latest reporting involves contracts DOGE was claiming credit for cutting, but some were actually canceled long before Trump's first term even began, as far back as 2005. Can you walk us through some of what you've learned?
Yeah, what we're talking about is what DOGE calls its wall of receipts. Basically, it's a list of contracts that it's claiming credit for having cut and the savings it says it achieved by cutting them. It's really the only place where they show their work at all. The only time they ever show us how they get to the numbers they claim for the savings. So you can go down this list and you can see the details of these contracts. And you said in 2 of the cases, they were counting as canceled 2 contracts that actually just ended on their own when George W. Bush was president, from 2005 and 2006. And each of those contracts, they claimed a $53 million savings now. So that's the kind of error we're finding. It's not rocket science. You could click literally on a link and see that this was 20 years old.
Now, is that...
Wow. Taking credit for cuts from 20 years ago. Wow. That's efficiency for you folks. They didn't have to do anything. They just had to post it and tell us about how great this cut was from 20... Like, what was it? It must have been like 2004 or something. Yeah. Fascinating.
I mean, if you can find that out, how long did it take you to find that out? Is it a simple mistake on their part, or is it deceptive?
Well, what it is part of a pattern, right? We're looking at these.
God.
This is, I said, the one place where you can see DOGE show its work. And we're looking in there to see, are they competent? Do they know what they're doing? When they're looking at government contracts, which, again, that's the job they're out there to do, is to change the government, to overhaul it, to make it efficient. Do they understand the government itself and how it works? And the errors we're finding them making, I mean, you mentioned some of them, confusing millions with billions, triple counting the same contract, counting contracts as canceled that had actually been canceled long before. Those aren't like difficult things to spot, and it speaks to sort of a carelessness or just a lack of familiarity with the government that they're now basically in charge of.
And has there been...
I'm sorry. I'm going to go back so you can hear that again, but holy fuck. The level of incompetence that we're seeing from this administration, my God, I forgot about our emotional support characters. You're owed like 7 of them. Oh my God. I forgot all about it. It wasn't a regular stream, so I was going to hold on to your support characters for next stream. But now we blasted through that goal, and you deserve them. What was I saying, though? It's just amazing the level of incompetence and lack of merit that's being displayed by the DOGE department, the supposedly most meritorious of all, most competent. That's why they're there, right, folks? I mean, whiz kids and the richest man on earth, they don't know how government works. It's fascinating. You think they would have maybe done some sort of like screening? But I don't know. Maybe screening is also inefficient. I'm not an efficiency expert, I guess. That's the same number. 2, 4, 20. That's another 2 20s. 11. 13. I think that's all of them, right? Jesus Christ, how many was that? We got... oh my God. We got that. We got that. We got... was it 20 I said? Oh, what? What else did I roll? I think I didn't roll enough. Okay. 7 emotional support characters for you people. This is wild. It's a lot of support. It feels like we're barely starting the stream, but technically these are likes from also during the beginning of the stream. So maybe I shouldn't be as shocked. It just feels like this is like we've only just started. We're actually almost 4 hours in, aren't we? Yeah. Wow. All right. Sorry. going to listen to more of this because it's fascinating. This guy really did a deep dive on Doge's amazing incompetence.
Those aren't like difficult things to spot, and it speaks to sort of a carelessness or just a lack of familiarity with the government that they're now basically in charge of.
Those are synonyms for
and has there
merit,
been
right?
any explanation from the White House or DOGE as to why they got this stuff so wrong?
I got one.
The barest of
I know it. I know what the explanation is.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's the explanation.
What they've said is, well, these numbers came from the agencies themselves. Federal agencies sent us these numbers. But again, like DOGE is supposed to be in charge here, and the errors they're making seems like they didn't look at these things at all or think about them.
My neighbor was supposed to do my homework for me. I paid my neighbor to do my homework for me, and they didn't get it done in the right way. I love this. I love these. This is great excuses. I'm loving this. Merit is back, everyone. No more DEI. Just white people who are very meritorious due to their skin color.
Like they didn't look at these things at all or think about them. You mentioned one earlier where they confused billions with millions. That's not a mistake that anyone should have made, because what they said was that ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, had saved $8 billion by cutting one contract. Well, if you think about that for 1 second, $8 billion is ICE's entire budget. So how could you ever thought they gave their entire budget to one vendor? It's that kind of mistake that seems like they're not really paying attention.
And when after your reporting, it seems like they just remove the errors. They don't really, hold a press conference and say, oh yeah, we made a mistake on this. Here's where we were wrong. This is how we made this mistake.
No, this is the second time now that they've just updated the website to delete most of the largest cuts that they claimed.
These were the biggest cuts that they were claiming turned out to be false, or reported multiple times.
Yeah, last week they cut the top 5 cuts they were claiming. Just last night they cut 5 of the top 7 cuts they were claiming. So these aren't little things with a few dollars. These are billions and billions of dollars that just vanish off their website, and again, with no explanation.
My God.
And yet they are claiming to be incredibly transparent at every turn. I mean, they're saying that they are the most transparent.
Yes. So what they've done is they've claimed this really big number. They say now they've saved $105 billion. But only a little bit of that is sort of itemized in detail. That's the part that...
Yeah, and actually, they must have updated that again, because today Donald Trump claimed less money was saved. They just keep amending it down until it turns out they've only cut money by cutting veterans' jobs. And oh, this is fascinating. Yeah, just oh, wow. Fraud, waste, and abuse. It's very nasty.
I'm looking at about $10 billion. They say, okay, here are the receipts. Here's what we've cut. And again, that's the only place we can really see if they know what they're doing. And when you look at that, you find these huge problems, which then they just delete to the point that the amount of savings they're counting from the contracts being canceled has actually shrunk from $16 billion to $9 billion just in the last couple of weeks.
Is it clear to you how they're making decisions about what to cut? I mean, or do they know what the details of these contracts are, or is it anything that smells like DEI they cut, or do you know the criteria?
No, there are things in there that are the result of the Trump executive orders against DEI. There's a lot of USAID contracts. In some cases, you can see, yes, these were cuts that were...
I love that. DOGE is taking... Elon is now taking credit for things that Donald Trump did. I wonder if anybody told Donald about this yet. Actually, well, you don't understand. I'm much better than Donald Trump. He's very stupid. Why do you think you gave me this sweet job?
For political reasons, for other parts of the president's agenda that they're counting as DOGE cuts. But other ones, it seems like agencies sent them in. Hey, here's a really big cut we made that was bogus. It was the savings either didn't exist or they were a lot smaller than the agency claimed. And DOGE seems to have passed that on either without noticing or without trying to notice.
Interesting. David Farenthal, just remarkable work. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want
to... Okay. That's all we're going to do on that one. Fascinating. DOGE seems to be really not doing a very good job. Almost, there seems to be a lack of merit almost here. You know, if I were forced to decide if they were showing competence right now, I'd have to say no. No, they are not showing competence.
No!
It's true. Can't change that. It's just true. This seems incredibly haphazard, ill-conceived, not thought through in the slightest. Yeah, they're just rolling the dice. They're just going in there. They're playing D&D right now with the budget and the federal government. And the wizard made the EPA disappear. Oh, no. Let's look at some stuff that people have been playing game of dice with. Game of chance. The measles, which is spreading across the country. And in Texas, stuff is still getting worse. I saw the cases were more cases are now showing up in New York and other places like that. Let's go here. Associated Press from 15 hours ago. Faced with a measles outbreak, Texans weigh family choice over vaccine mandates. That's fun. Yeah, keep weighing it. That's smart. You're all scientists and doctors, right?
A willingness to protect others. I would tell you that it was one of the things I used to be the most proud about in West Texas, is that we had that, and that's what I would say I loved about being in West Texas. Unvaccinated populations tend to congregate in single places. You may have a group of people who all feel strongly about not vaccinating, and so they often do activities together. If they are exposed, you have a ripe place to create.
I love that idea. Hey, we both love not vaccinating our children. Let's hang out together. Fuck me.
A large population contracting that disease.
Father, we just want to pray right now that you would bless with your word.
With this measles situation, I can just honestly tell you that we haven't taken any steps as a church. We did leave it up to the mothers.
But you had your protection over us and asked that you would be with Johnny and Michelle.
We believe very strongly in the authority of the parents in the home. That they need to and should have the freedom to guide and lead their children. We choose not to be alarmists. But that doesn't mean that we want to be careless. With COVID, it was definite, like here were some clear directions from our government. Whereas in this case, we haven't gotten any clear direction.
What?
Nobody has approached me.
What do you mean you've gotten no... You need to be redirected? It was already... How stupid do you have to be? Oh my god.
So therefore, life as usual.
As the Good Shepherd does.
Do I trust all the vaccines? No. I'm not sure if they're always for my best.
What does the Good Shepherd do? He says.
I just find it fascinating. This guy is so dumb. And he seems old enough to have been around when the MMR vaccine was... what's the word? It was mandated for all 50 states, for all schools. If you wanted to send your kid to school, then you need to get the MMR vaccine for measles. And this guy has just been in La La Land his entire life and somehow doesn't know that, or is just completely ignoring that fact. One of the two.
Lay down my life for the sheep.
We pray for the healthcare team supporting and caring for these patients and families.
It is very hard to see these kids. You see them struggle. You see them struggling to breathe. They don't want to eat or drink. They're dehydrated. They have high fever. They're miserable. They look miserable.
Oh.
And we do our best to support them through that.
Support them.
It is very, very hard to watch.
Disgusting. That is disgusting. God, watching these kids suffer, it really sucks, but not willing to vaccinate my child to avoid it or recommend other people do it. This is gross.
Measles is prevented by vaccine. And the unfortunate thing is that
Like it's so gross to me that people aren't vaccinating their children. I just realized that she's not one of the people, I don't think. Maybe she is. I actually don't know. But either way. It's just wild to me that this is going on. These people are watching their own children suffer and are just continuing to not care about anything else than God's word. And it's gross. Now, something that really wasn't paid any attention to, there was a lot of focus on Lakin Riley's parents and family or whatever, and all these other whatever. And that one athlete, the volleyball girl, a lot of focus on them. But Democrats apparently invited fired workers and veterans to this joint address of Donald Trump's. Here's CNN from 16 hours ago. Talk a little bit about that.
Democrats have a long list of the types of people that they're bringing: USAID, health workers, emergency management specialists serving veterans, active duty personnel, a disabled Army veteran at a Buffalo VA facility, so on and so forth. You're going to see a lot of veterans tomorrow night being invited by Democrats, and that's to send a very specific message, Alessia.
Oh, it's a very, very clear message, and it's the message that you've also been hearing in these town halls that GOP congressmen decided to shut down because they couldn't withstand the heat.
Scott.
This actually, what is happening to federal workers.
There's something wrong with Scott Jennings. I don't know what it is internally that happened to Scott Jennings that he's capable of just smugly laughing at the worst fucking things, but there has got to be something wrong with him. I don't know what the diagnosis is, but it's he's a problematic guy, and I don't know why CNN keeps bringing him on, honestly.
And the public service that they provide to all of us, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. The fact that people are not only losing jobs and shifting their entire livelihoods, it's impacting the way that this country is run and the way that people are able to get aid, have opportunity, all of these things. It's impacting healthcare. It's also really interesting that you mentioned some of the people that are coming to the State of the Union tomorrow, particularly veterans. Republicans always talk about veterans and supporting our veterans and supporting our troops. But yet, here we are gutting the ability
Really? You're going to roll your eyes at that, huh, Scott?
Care. So
wow.
It is sending a strong message.
That.
I do hope.
I should clip that. I should fucking clip that eye roll at the veterans.
The ability to actually even provide care. And so it is sending a strong message. I do hope Democrats do more with these workers, because I know there are a lot of workers who have talked about running for office.
He loves the veterans when they're blowing people up
and,
and doing war crimes, but he does not like the veterans once they come back home. Just stay in Afghanistan forever. Peons. What a gross dude. What a gross dude. But yeah, that list is horrifying. And there was no attention paid to those fired workers. Cameras didn't go to them and point it out, not that I could tell. But a USAID health worker, emergency management specialist for vets, disabled Army veteran at the VA education department, Forest Service biologist working on wildfire prevention. Worker at the Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Office at HUD. All people who lost their jobs. A tiny, tiny fraction of people who've lost their jobs in the wake of this. He thinks he looks like George Clooney. I mean, maybe he's got a similar face. But only the douchiest possible expressions come from that man. Let's talk about that disabled veteran. Here's WKBW, Buffalo, New York.
Alyssa Elman is her name. She's an Army veteran, disabled from burn pit exposure in Afghanistan. The woman from Lockport will be the special guest of Senator Chuck Schumer tonight for President Trump's joint address to Congress. And Alyssa had this message for the current administration.
Those jobs are not fraud, waste, and abuse. I support fraud, waste, and abuse. Like, I support them getting rid of that in the federal government. I don't support them firing veterans who have had a carrot dangled in front of them to say, hey, we will accommodate your disability. We will help you remain employed, and we're going to allow you to do this. We're going to allow you to work, and then they take that away from them. That's not right.
According to Schumer's office, 2,400 VA employees have been laid off nationwide over the last few weeks. We have filed a Freedom of Information request to see how many VA workers have been impacted here at home specifically. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. And
well, there you go. That was the disabled veteran who was fired from the VA. Disabled from the burn pits. Something that Jon Stewart has talked a lot about. Something which the government has not really taken its share of the burden on, even though they are the cause of these horrifying ailments. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. It's 4 hours in. I know that it's slightly shorter half than usual, but I need to eat some of this food before it goes completely cold. But we will be right back. But before we do any of that, I just want to give some galactic messaging to the viewers. So many things to say. Yeah, make sure that you've already liked and subscribed to the stream if you're watching this right now. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get all the latest in galactic notifications, so you don't miss a single minute of the streams. While you're doing that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do it: YouTube and Twitch. You got the super chats, super stickers, memberships, bits, and subscriptions. Got Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to forego giving YouTube or Twitch a cut and making sure that money gets directly to me immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But another way to give me and the Galactic News Network money immediately is become a patron on Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Only 3. That's right, count them. 1, 2, 3. $3 to be a patron, and the benefits are copious. So go onto the website and check all that out. Alright, chat, well, that's going to be enough galactic messaging for me here at this moment. Enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back with the content. Alright, chat. I am back, and you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. And there's still plenty for us to go through, somehow, even though it's been 4 hours already. Probably because we spent the first 2.5 dealing with that horrifying Trump speech. Okay. Let's go here. Let's talk about food. Let's talk about food. And we're going to segue into talking about food by going to here. CNN interviewing Trump supporters in a diner. Of course. They love these diner interviews. Why? When will the diner interview die? That's my question.
You know somebody smarter?
Than Elon Musk?
That's right.
You can be smart and immoral. You can be smart and make bad decisions.
You are 100% right about that. There's no doubt about that. It does not give me pause. I'm 100% Team Musk.
Josh Evan Kirkland is one of the people we spoke to at a hog show in Nahunta, Georgia.
Oh, this is a
we
diner
first came to
interview. There
Brentley
it is.
County right before
Diner.
the election because it was the most pro-Trump county in a swing state in 2020. People had had a strong emotional connection to President Trump, and they thought Trump was for them instead of the elites. So we wanted to see what they made of billionaire Elon Musk.
There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts about Musk, and he's a brilliant man himself. I think a lot of people are scared that the two of them have
And
teamed
she
up.
is a great
Last time we
judge
were here,
of
Kathy
brilliance.
Hendricks sold Trump merch in a corner of her
Trump
boutique.
merch seller.
I sold out of everything. I sold out of all my Trump stuff. I have sold the daddy's home.
Why do people like that, calling Trump daddy?
There is a security in daddy.
Don't be creepy.
Mama is the one that runs everything. Mama's the one that does everything, but there is a security in daddy. When daddy wraps his arms around you, you
Ugh,
feel like
this
the
is
whole
gross.
world is just, you're safe and everything is everything's going to be okay.
Oh my
And
God.
that's the way they mean it?
And that's the way they mean it.
Childish.
Because, you know, on the internet at
Like-
least, sometimes it has like a sexual meaning.
Oh, Lord.
So what do you think of the job he's done so far?
It's like Christmas morning every single day.
Hendricks introduced us to Candace Taylor, who declared she's running for Congress that very day on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast.
I wanted to announce with
Wait.
you are loyal to
Wait.
President Trump. God
Wait.
anoints people. He's anointed
Wait.
President Trump. So if Elon Musk wants to cut trillions.
Wait. Whoa. I know this lady. I fucking know this. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh my God. She's gotten a little bit older, but I know who this lady right here. Oh my God. Maybe I should do this on my phone. Might be faster. I'm running too much stuff on my computer. Ah, this is definitely her. Oh my God. It's Globes lady. It's Globes. It's Globe lady. It really is. It's Globe lady.
They're everywhere. And that's what they do to brainwash. And so for me, if it is not a conspiracy, if it is, you know, real, why are you pushing so hard? Everywhere I go, every store, you buy a globe. There's globes everywhere, every movie, every TV show, news media. Why?
Everywhere there's globes. You see them all the time. I mean, it's constant.
Globe,
My children will be like,
globe,
Mama,
globe.
globe, 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 globe. I turn on
Mama.
TV, there's globes in the background. Every TV show, news media.
Globe, 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 globe,
I fucking love this.
globe, 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 globe,
Mama,
I don't know 100%, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know 100%, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I knew her. Globes is back. The Globes lady is back. Oh God. Flat Earthers running for Congress. This is fascinating.
Of dollars out of this budget, and if my family has to tighten our belt and not go on vacation because of it, I'm down with that.
So you welcome some personal financial hardship if you think in the long run it will help.
Yeah, I've already experienced it.
Under Biden, with inflation, I mean, were you happy to pay the higher prices, or did you think that was a failing of his presidency?
It was a tremendous failing.
All right, how long are you willing to wait for the economic changes you're hoping to see, for the prices to come down?
Oh, I'm good if President Trump wants to run in 2028.
In 2022, Taylor ran in the Republican primary.
That was not the question, stupid. She just gave an answer to a completely insane question that she came up with in her own mind, rather than just answering a very simple question. Why? Why? Oh my God. My answer to how long I'm willing to wait for prices to come down is I'm willing to let Donald Trump run again in 2028. I'll wait to 2032 if I have to. Price? Who cares about prices? I got a bus. Have you seen it? It's beautiful. Globes. Mama Globes. Mama, they Globes is everywhere. Oh, God. Globe Lady is back. Just broke me. All right. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday. Big Food's worst nightmare is unfolding across the United States. Big Food's worst nightmare is unfolding across the U.S. Price-wary shoppers are increasingly turning to smaller food brands, threatening conglomerates. Industry consultants say Unilever, Kraft Heinz, and Nestle are all facing smaller, fast-growing independent brands. Products like Hellmann's mayonnaise, owned by Unilever, are losing out to lesser-known rivals like Duke's Mayo. Shoppers are drifting away from big brands due to steep prices and fewer innovative products they'd pay more for. Many big food makers delayed developing new items during the pandemic, leaving an opening for newer brands. Oh, it's very sad. Oh, it's very sad. Poor Unilever. Most days I wake up and I say, geez, I hope Unilever is doing okay. Oh, God. That's my big, that's like, I wait, you know, like before I even get out of bed, I think to myself, let's pray to God that Unilever is doing okay. Oh, and it makes me so sad to hear that they're struggling right now. Oh, God, it must be very bad. But they have to do like 100 million less in stock buybacks this year. Oh, God. Oh, those poor shareholders. When will they ever get a break? Let's go to Kathy Hochul. Talk about whether or not regular people will get a break on those goddamned egg prices. And Trump's new proposal on how to deal with it. This one's fascinating. This is America First. This is America First policy, everyone. Get ready to hear what Kathy Hochul has to say about this fantastic America First agenda from Trump.
Governor, you talked about the egg prices. The U.S. Ag Secretary has put out an op-ed that talked about potential funding for avian flu, but it also talked about importing eggs from other countries, which sounds like it would impact farmers in New York State. Can you talk a little bit about that? Are you concerned with that?
Yeah, what are they putting a
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, especially with everything else that's going on.
Yeah, why are they putting a target on my egg growers, my egg farmers? Why are you doing that? Why are you trying to drive them underground and drive them out of business? Is that good for our economy to make our farmers who we rely on, who support us, who feed us, drive them out of business? You can bring in eggs from other countries? No, that's not what we're going to allow here happening in the state of New York.
Yeah, I would also point out that with tariffs now in place, where would we even get the eggs from? You're going to get them from Canada and pay 25% extra? I mean, what are we talking about here? It is hilarious that they're out there saying we should import. This is America First, remember? This is the America First regime. The Donald Trump making America great again by shutting down U.S. farms to buy them from other places that we just got done tariffing. That's the solution to the egg price crisis, everyone. Okay? That's the solution. Wow. Oh, wow. That is something. And by the way, the U.S. egg industry is subsidized by your tax dollars right now. So you'd think we'd have more control just over the price. Oh no, the volume is low. Son of a bitch. Because I was reading the previous one. Why? forsaken all of you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's okay. It's only a 50-second clip. We can hear it again. I feel bad.
Anything else on topic? We're getting to everyone.
Governor, you talked about the egg prices. The U.S. Ag Secretary had put out an op-ed that talked about potential funding for avian flu, but it also talked about importing eggs from other countries, which sounds like it would impact farmers in New York City. Can you talk a little bit about that? Are you concerned?
Okay, we don't need to hear Governor Hochul's response, honestly. Because it's one of the dumbest things ever, right? You know, the Ag Secretary proposing to import eggs from another country. Which would, I mean, the fact is Canada imports a lot of U.S. eggs because we are such a big producer of them, okay? So I don't know where, number one, we're going to get all those fucking eggs from. But now that we got the tariffs in place, I mean, why would those countries, A, even engage in selling us eggs on like a bulk scale? Like to the government that's currently tariffing them? And if they did, would we have to pay tariffs on those? Like, wouldn't we? Because I thought that the whole point of all the fucking tariffs was to drive producers back to the United States, and now they're proposing importing eggs from another place. At what point do we just start saying that all Republicans are very stupid or very corrupt? Just every single one of them. Because none of them are coming out to say that to complain about any of these wildly what's the word? Paradoxical ideas. Horrifyingly stupid plans from the Trump administration. Things that contravene everything they've been talking about time and time again. That just don't jive with one another whatsoever. But no, it's fine. We don't need reality.
And I don't want reality.
Why does New York vote in the most conservative Democrats imaginable? It's sad. It's a sad situation. I don't know if I have an answer for that. I feel like I should, but I don't actually have. I don't have a good. I mean, New York is a diverse place. I'll point that out first. Okay, you leave the city, and 15-20 minutes outside of any major metropolitan area, and you're in Hills Have Eyes territory. I mean, if you're talking specifically New York City, that's a slightly more complicated question than that. That one I'm trying to answer right now, but I feel like you're talking about New York City. So I don't have an answer to that. It doesn't make any sense most days. Okie dokie. Let's talk more about tariffs. We were just talking about them. Oh, sorry. We were just talking about food. I almost skipped over this treat, which you could be enjoying right now, as today's the last day of Carnival. Here's 6 ABC on the story. At what point what? Huh?
Happening today, many people are celebrating Fat Tuesday or Mardi Gras. It's the day before Ash Wednesday, marking the beginning.
What is this a question about? $105 years ago, when? With what? I need context for that question.
Christian season of Lent. The action cam is live this morning at Hagley's Bakery in Tacony, where the Fastnachts are now on sale. The doors opened at 5 a.m. about half an hour ago, and longtime customers were ready to go that very minute. The German bakery sells the special treats just twice a year, today being one of those special times. Fastnachts are a specific kind of donut made with a two-part dough. They're finished off with powdered sugar or cinnamon sugar.
Oof, they look delicious, and I had my eye on the...
Here you go, Fat Tuesday. You could be eating some very scrumptious looking pastries. You have an answer? 105 years ago something happened? All right, now let's go to talking about tariffs. See what Pacific Northwest consumers are going to have to be bracing for with these tariffs now in place. Here's King 5 Seattle from 21 hours ago.
But at 25%, I think it's nearly impossible to predict that we wouldn't see higher prices for consumers in the United States.
Before you drive off in your brand new car, experts say the car's parts typically cross the U.S. border about 7 times before final assembly.
Different parts of that supply chain that are on one side of the border, and those relationships have worked because we have a free trade agreement.
Oh, that was way back
agreement
there.
is no longer, and analysts at
105 years
Wolf
ago.
Research say new tariffs could add $3,000 to the price of an average car. Then there's housing.
Like housing is another great example. We get a lot of lumber from Canada.
WWU border policy expert Lori Troutman
The Canadian dollar has dropped.
expects the economies of the U.S. and Canada to take a hit.
We're seeing where I live in Bellingham, fewer people cross the border.
President Trump says he sees tariffs as a weapon against our North American neighbors.
They can't come in and steal our money and steal our jobs and take our factories and take our businesses and expect not to be punished. And they're
sending
being
back
punished by
Justin
tariffs.
Bieber.
It's a very
I've had enough of those
powerful
Biebs.
weapon. So
Those
what they have to do
Beliebers
is build
are
their
very
car
annoying
plants,
to me.
frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs.
Have
And
Drake
he
back
hopes to
too.
attract foreign investment. The
Actually, no,
chairman
we'll keep
of
him.
computer AI chip maker Taiwan Semiconductor said Monday the threat of tariffs prompted him to invest $165 billion in the U.S. One of their plants is already operating in Camas, Washington.
You're going to create thousands of the high-paid jobs, as the president just announced, and we.
Okay. That's really not any that has, I mean, it doesn't have that much to do with tariffs. But okay. But the beginning part did. And yeah, you know, Canadians are probably going to be coming across the border a lot less, not just because of these tariffs, but also because of the weaker dollar in Canada. But, you know, all the other goods that we get are going to be more expensive. It's going to be bad. Did we get an emotional support character for 70? Are we at 70? We didn't. We did not. An answer to that question. Okay. We're going to be talking about tariffs for a while now that they're fully in place. It's going to be one of the main things we talk about right now. All right. Let's go through these. A lot of people didn't take Trump seriously on the tariffs, and here they are.
Shelters in
World's dumbest
Mexico's
trade
northern
war.
border cities have seen migrant numbers dwindle since January, a combination of Mexico's deployment of some 10,000 National Guard elements and the cancellation of asylum-seeking programs in the U.S.
Ahorita tenemos una baja de migrantes.
Right now we have a decrease in migrants, since we don't know what type of program the United States could open, so the decrease has been noticeable.
Many migrants seeking the American dream are forced to return to their home countries.
I'm frustrated and disappointed with the things that I could not achieve because my goal was to get there and buy whatever I want, like buy a house. But since we couldn't do it, we'll return to Venezuela.
Mexico's efforts to combat drug trafficking have intensified, and drug seizures are publicly displayed. Mexico has also recently handed over 29 cartel figures to the U.S., including drug lord Rafael Caro Quintero, who was wanted in the death of a U.S. agent.
About 15 days ago, they seized around 20 million doses of pills containing fentanyl. More than 8,000 people have been arrested and weapons were seized.
Well, it seems like all countries are trying to appease Donald Trump. Bend the knee, do whatever they can to show him that they care about what he cares about. Let's see what toy makers have to say to Donald Trump. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago.
Toy makers are gathered in New York for an industry trade fair. But while they show off their wares for the months ahead, the firms really have their eyes on Washington. With Donald Trump confirming tariffs on Chinese goods will now hit 20%, toy brands say that can only mean more expensive gifts in the future. Tim Kilpin is head of consumer products at industry giant Hasbro.
Over 60% of the toys that are sold in the United States are under $20 retail. And so one of the things we're really trying to do in the situation with tariffs is make sure that our toys stay affordable, but at a certain level the tariffs are going to drive consumer prices up. There's really no way around that. We're working hard to mitigate the impact of that. We're working with our vendors, we're working with our supply chain, but we really don't see any way that consumers aren't going to be affected by these tariffs.
Arch rival Mattel says it too is trying to figure out how to price goods for the fall season. The firm says it's also trying to reduce its dependence on China for manufacturing. Right now, Mattel sources about 40% of its toys in the country, but it's aiming to cut that significantly by 2027. Some in the industry also hope Trump might be open to an emotional appeal. Industry Association President Greg Ahern argues playthings should be left out of the trade wars.
What we would like is that we have a hard look at the categories overall, and that the toy industry, because of what we do for kids, particularly helping...
Because of what we do for kids. I love that. People who are profiting billions and billions of dollars. We're just trying to help the kids. I love that. They want an exemption because they're just trying to help the kids. That's amazing. Oh my god. Woe is me. Poor toy manufacturers. You know, I don't think they deserve an exemption just because they make toys for kids, okay? That's just my opinion. I don't think we should have the tariffs at all. But we're not, you know, I don't think cutting out just the toy manufacturers is sensible. Just end them all. It's a problem for everybody. See what the Wall Street Journal had to say on this trade war. Actually, this is MSNBC talking about the Wall Street Journal. Morning,
Actually,
Joe.
We've had a lot of experience with them. They're an act of war to some degree. Over time.
I take it back. We're not going to this. Fuck this. I haven't seen a bunch of these because I was trying to. I was actually not planning on even doing a stream. I just had a full list all ready to go. But I gave us the opportunity to go through all this. But there's no way I'm watching Morning Joe. They can go fuck themselves. You are not getting the view. No clicks for you. All right. Let's go to Reuters. See what's been going on in the stock market.
Stocks and bond yields slid on Tuesday as investors globally ducked for cover. That's as the US hit Canada, Mexico and China with steep tariffs and launched new trade conflicts with the top 3 US trading partners. Cameron Johnson is a supply chain expert and senior partner at Tidal Wave Solutions.
So the world order of yesterday is not the world order of today. With U.S. actions, particularly with tariffs against China and the challenges with Ukraine, what we're seeing is actually a fundamental shift into a new order. We don't really understand what that is at the moment. For example, Europe is going to try to get closer to China and other U.S. allies such as Japan and Australia. China is also going to try to get closer to those allies by offering its markets, but also products. And so we don't know how exactly the strategy is moving forward.
China swiftly retaliated against the tariffs, announcing on Tuesday.
Why do I hate kids? It's fucked up, man. It is fucked up. I don't appreciate that one bit. Very hurtful. I do not hate the kids. I just hate that guy's using the kids as a pawn to be like, what about our profits? We're just trying to help the kids. That is not. I was criticizing that dude, that CEO of whatever company. Play Trudeau's speech. I don't think I have it in this list. I don't think I have it. Yeah, let's go here.
The tariffs, as you know, will start a week earlier than the reciprocal, which is going to be on a couple of weeks earlier. Reciprocal tariffs start on April 2nd. No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set.
President Trump's favorite economic tool is the tariff. And tariffs are taxes on imports, on products that are brought into the United States from abroad. On his first day in office, the president announced that he'd be putting a 25% charge on goods from Mexico and Canada. Like other taxes, tariffs raise money for the government. They can also be used to protect domestic industries from foreign competition. Then they can also be used to punish foreign countries if we think they've been behaving badly.
You've been behaving very badly. Treating us not nice. So yeah, we've been talking about these tariffs. Donald Trump plans on tariffing. He's already done the tariffs and then has for a month waiting time. Then reciprocal tariffs will come into place supposedly against all countries that tariff us. This is the dumbest trade war of all time. He has no goal. He has no clear goal on any of this. And all it's doing is removing the United States as the #1 trading partner of many places. Because he believes that us buying stuff from other places is bad. We should be selling stuff to everyone, even though we don't have the manufacturing here. It's going to take who knows how many years to even get close to having the level of manufacturing here that Donald Trump wants. If that's what he actually wants. But this isn't like something that's going to happen immediately. And it's kind of horrifying to think of what's actually taking place as an American right now. Because this is going to put in jeopardy our entire economy. Right? Like, it really is. Like, when Europe and Canada and Mexico are all looking for other people to do trade with, or to do other sorts of strategic partnerships, military or whatever else, that's gonna really, this is gonna implode at some point. People are gonna start putting the pieces together, like, oh, okay, so actually, this is it's gonna destroy everything. It's not going to get what Donald Trump wants done in time to save, certainly the perception of, maybe this will usher in, but see, here's my problem, right? When I think of this every time, because I thought about it multiple times, I'm like, maybe it'll usher in, luxury space communism even sooner. Problem is, you got a bunch of fascists in charge, okay? If anything, we're getting German-style National Socialism, okay? We're going to get insane, isolationist in trade, and yet military expansionism, shutdown of it's gonna be an authoritarian version of socialism for sure. It's not gonna be fun if it happens under Trump. Sorry, I am tangenting over here. By the way, actually, I just looked ahead one video. No. Let's go to CBC News from 15 hours ago. Get the view from the other side of the border in Canada.
The threat has now become a reality. Here we go. How do you feel? Here we go. What is this moment for you?
It's absolutely stunning. I think all I can say is almost everybody I've spoken with in the United States and in Mexico cannot believe that this is the level at which the entree of these tariffs is commencing. I think many had expected that it would have been much more targeted, perhaps very specific to things like steel and copper and aluminum, things that had happened before. Because, the backdrop of all of this, Heather, is frankly less about us and much more about what's going on in America right now. This is an executive branch that some will say has overreached its powers on the tariffs and the trade question. Now, the question will be, will Congress do anything about it? And obviously, he's speaking today at the State of the Union. We'll see whether that comes up or not.
One of the things I'm going to talk with a trade lawyer about, too.
This is not going to be good for anyone. This is just so horrifying right now.
In terms of overreach, but you're right.
I'm just fucking blown away right now. But no, let's go to CNN here from 13 hours ago and talk about China and Canada immediately retaliating against Trump's tariffs. And this is the problem. This is going to shut down the consumer economy. Okay? And maybe that's good. I mean, probably be good for the environment. I know that much. It's going to be terrible for people. Certainly with the way that we have things set up right now. People at bread lines in like a couple months or something. I don't know. I feel like that's where we're headed right now. We're like, the Depression happened not entirely, but partly as a result of tariffs in the McKinley era, as well as rampant inequality and what's it called? Robber baron mentality in society, which was being allowed to carry on. It's why by the time it was the mid 1950s, we had a tax rate that was like 95% over a certain amount. But think about the length of time in there, people. Okay, and sure, things move faster now. So maybe, just maybe, being super optimistic here, maybe, just maybe, we managed to transition back to something like that within like a decade rather than 3. 30 years is basically what it took. Not quite the depths of the Depression there, but you get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we could go back to like the beginning of the Gilded Age if you want. I don't know where you want to start. My point is how long will it take us to pull ourselves out of this era once it's ossified, once it's solidified, itself, where all institutions have been dismantled, and we have a king in an oligarchy and no workers' rights, and import duties, forced to buy American by decree. And the fact is, at some point, it won't even be by decree. If the retaliatory tariffs go on long enough, we will not be able to buy foreign. Okay, unless you're doing super good, we'll wind up just being forced to buy American for everything, and so will all businesses in the United States, because it will be prohibitively expensive to do anything else. It will not make prices lower, though. People who are selling things here in the United States will know full well what it would cost to buy elsewhere, and so prices will go up throughout all of this. unless it's put to a stop immediately. This can get out of hand really fast.
Let's get right to the White House. CNN's Elena Treen is there. So much happening, Elena, in just the last few hours. Give us the latest.
That's right. Let's start with tariffs, John, because, look, this is something that the president had threatened to do. He was moving forward to do it more than a month ago, and now it is here. It's something that still, even in the final hours yesterday, as they were leading up to this new deadline of this morning, people on Wall Street, people on Capitol Hill were still hoping, and certainly, of course, Ottawa and Beijing and Mexico City were hoping that the president wouldn't move forward with, but now he has. I'm just going to break down exactly what these tariffs are. One is that we know that he has implemented the 25% blanket tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Those took effect this morning. But then he also bumped up tariffs on China from 10% to 20%. And immediately, we've seen some of these countries retaliate with tariffs of their own.
Immediately,
China,
if not sooner.
for example, retaliated by announcing 15% tariffs on chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton imports from the United States. They also announced a 10% tariff on soybeans, pork, beef, and other various goods. Canada, for their part, we heard Prime Minister Justin Trudeau say that they are going to have $30 billion or tariffs on $30 billion worth of U.S. goods, and that they would impose an additional 125 billion tariffs on American goods by March 25th. All to say, look, it's unclear how the markets are going to be impacted by this, but this is coming at a time when already you have a very inflation-weary Americans.
One thing I would point out with the China retaliatory tariffs, okay? Because Donald Trump is trying to force manufacturers out of China. If China starts, if China does what they're doing right now, because they have promised to stand strong and re-tariff everything Donald Trump, every time Donald Trump tariffs China, they're going to re-tariff us, okay?
China.
This is now going to become even more complex in this, because I'm just now realizing, I'm just thinking about it, because Donald Trump's intention is to get what? Investment in the United States, to get factories back, to get people back on the factory floor in the United States, and make it made in America again. But I want you to think about something. China's economy has been changing for decades. The middle class has grown massively in the country. The consumer economy in China is fucking huge, okay? And as their economy changes, right, it's only going to get bigger. People like Apple are going to be put in a situation where they're going to be essentially having to put the numbers up against one another and say, well, okay, Donald Trump is tariffing us this much for the U.S. consumer economy, but China is tariffing us this much for the Chinese consumer economy. Which number is bigger? And if I'm right, it's possible that things will only improve in China if other countries start going to them, since they've sort of given up almost already on America. In a month and a half, it seems like everyone's just kind of given up. They're like, you know what, fuck it. It's just this is gonna be wild.
Many of whom do not want to be thrust into this trade war.
We've got Vanessa Yukevich connecting us this hour from New York. Mark Stewart is in Beijing, and Paula Newton has reaction from Ottawa in Canada. Vanessa, let me start with you. Let's break down what we know about these tariffs first and foremost.
Well, certainly. We know now that there are tariffs in place on Canada and Mexico, 25% from all goods from Canada and Mexico coming into the United States, an additional 10% on goods coming in from China into the U.S. right now. And this is critical because American consumers get a lot of things from these three major trading partners. Things like oil, food, electronics, and cars. And we can expect that prices on these key commodities will rise. And we just learned moments ago that the president of Mexico announced that she will be putting retaliatory tariff and non-tariff measures in place starting on Sunday. We will learn what those are. But we've already heard from China, who is retaliating with 15% and 10% tariffs on agriculture exports coming from the U.S. going into China. And also similarly, Canada has put additional tariffs in place hitting agriculture products. And that is key for American farmers here because they were hit with retaliatory tariffs in 2018, so much so that the U.S. federal government had to provide financial assistance for them. So yet again, they are taking the brunt of these retaliatory tariffs here in the U.S. And for U.S. consumers, this is coming at a very shaky time economically. Consumer sentiment fell in the month of February. Inflation is starting to heat up. And these tariffs bring a lot of uncertainty in terms of prices. And then consumers usually, as prices rise, they start to pull back. And that has made Wall Street here very nervous. You mentioned at the open.
Yep, we are going to have a recession, folks. And it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. I mean, the metrics have already been shifting like this. We've been looking at it. We've been keeping up with it here. And consumer sentiment is going back. Consumer spending is going down. And people's credit cards bills are getting bigger and bigger. There's more delinquencies on mortgages and credit balances, auto loans. We're already in the middle of a housing crisis. Our government's being robbed by literal barons. And now we have the McKinley era, the new McKinley era of tariffs. We are super fucked right now. And Donald Trump was just now just talking up all those tariffs in his little State of the Union. His fake State of the Union. He just wanted to tell us how great of a job he's been doing in the last month. Last video on the tariffs. CBS from 14 hours ago.
All right, as we've been reporting all morning, the U.S. has now imposed a 25% tariff on nearly all goods imported from Mexico and Canada. An additional 10% tariff was also slapped on imports from China, on top of existing measures bringing those up to 20%. President Trump announced the move in a speech at the White House yesterday as he prepares to address Congress tonight. Joining us now for more on this from London is CBS News foreign correspondent Remy Inocencio. Remy, from your point of view, what has the global reaction been to these series of tariffs?
Sure. Good to see you, Errol. Yeah, European markets here that I'm following, it's a sell-off. U.S. markets following their down day yesterday. Right now, here in the U.K., the FTSE 100 is down by about 0.4%, but it gets worse from there looking across to the continent. For example, the CAC 40 in France is down by more than 1%, and in Germany, it's down by nearly 2%. These countries, pretty much the world really, all afraid of what might happen to them. We're looking ahead to March 12th as well, Errol, because that is when those Trump tariffs on steel and aluminum are set to go in effect. And, you know, this is part of Trump's...
By the way, the German index, the DAX, was actually down 3.5% by the end of the day. This was midday. This was early in the morning, I think, in the United States when this came out. And... because it was actually more than 14 hours ago, and now I'm thinking about it because I haven't refreshed this page in hours. So yeah, it was probably more closer to like 16 or 17 hours ago. the German market was still open, and it closed down almost 4%, almost double what this guy just said. All right, let's move on from tariffs. Let's move on. They're coming. They're not just coming. They've already started, and we are going to pay for them. I threw this in here just because. Just because. Let's go here. This is a guy we talk about semi-frequently. Not all the time. But, you know, there's times where we go to him for commentary. We recently watched his interview with the creators of No Other Land after they won the Oscar at the Academy Awards. This is one Hassan Piker, who was, as of 22 hours ago, canceled.
What's up, everyone? If you're seeing this, that means I've probably been banned. That's right. Cancel culture has finally come for me. Oh my God. It's over. It's over. The free speech warriors. Where are you now? They've taken me out, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. I'm done. A couple days ago, I had a conversation where I was responding to the Republican House of Representatives Speaker, and I said some things. Let's take a look at what I said. Libs of TikTok, of course, posted about it. Here is what Libs of TikTok claimed I was saying. Hassan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott at FBI. This got 17,000 likes. This was on February 28th. Let's take a look at this clip really quickly.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party. Now, that seems like a wild thing to say.
How dare
my
he
God.
say that?
Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. I was not calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator. So I went back to figure out the context. Here it is. Let's take a look.
Are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment. Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
That fraud is not coming from individuals. It's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They want to cut SNAP. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut the funding of Medicaid. They want to make it harder for people to receive Medicaid. They don't want to actually go after medical providers or the insurance companies or the nursing homes that are lining their pockets with major donations. Those are the people who actually engage in the fraud. It's not your uncle that's like lying about their condition and stealing money from the government by, you know, going to the doctor or whatever. Okay, so obviously I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership that I must take. Some apologies there. I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, you know, maximum punishment, whatever that would be, for defrauding Medicare and Medicaid for over $1.7 billion. Now let's talk about the things that he did in this process, because Rick Scott co-founded the Columbia Hospital Corporation, which later merged to a corporation known as Columbia/HCA, which eventually became the nation's largest for-profit healthcare company. Rick Scott, who of course also looks like Voldemort, did a lot of things. The company defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal programs. The U.S. Department of Justice won 14 felony convictions against the company, which was fined $1.7 billion in what was at the time the largest healthcare fraud settlement in United States history.
HCA was defrauding the government.
HCA admitted to things like submitting inflated bills and exaggerating diagnoses to increase Medicare reimbursements.
According to federal investigators, the hospital company systematically defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal healthcare programs while paying kickbacks to its physicians. Scott, of course, denied any wrongdoing.
Scott pled the fifth 75 times to avoid jail for Medicare fraud.
He didn't go to jail over this. He didn't even get any punishments over this. And Scott's resignation certainly was fantastic. For his pockets, he walked away with $10 million in severance pay, a 5-year consulting contract, and $300 million in stock and options. He is now the wealthiest member of the United States Senate. Rick Scott also in the past apologized, took ownership seemingly over his actions. But since then, in his endless interest in gutting all of these social safety nets.
Well, there you go. There's Hassan talking about the reason why he was banned from Twitch. But it was only for 24 hours. Only for 24 hours. So he's back. Don't worry. Hassanabi going nowhere for now. I'm not sure how he or why he got... Probably because he's just fucking massive and Twitch's revenue went down. They were like, oh God. Right, we forgot. We're sorry. We depend on people donating on your channel. It's our bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hassan banned for making a joke about Rick Scott's very real, just horrifying actions in relation to our healthcare system and how many people it's killing. Or has killed. Okay. Hold on. Let me reload this so I have up-to-date times. I try and do that as much as I can on this, but it's injustice. All right, we are moving on to environmental news now. Go to the environmental half. Straight into it, folks. It's weird that we've already been going for 5 hours and it's only 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's go to Hawaii. Talk about some of the invasive species on the islands. Kayhan 2 News from 23 hours ago.
Keep your eyes open. Officials are asking that you look out for giant iguanas. Experts say there are ways to help mitigate their spread.
And residents say the lizards aren't even the worst invasive species out there. Here's Bryce Moore.
The large lizards were first introduced to the islands in the 1970s, most likely as an illegal pet that was released into the wild. This recent video shows a large male basking in the sun in some treetops in Waimanalo. The species is known to reach lengths of over 6 feet long.
Waimanalo is one of our major growing regions on Oahu. I think there should be a little bit of concern. We're seeing more of them lately.
643-7378, 643-PEST. And depending on where it is and the staff availability, we will respond and we will attempt to capture it, provided that we can get access to the property that it's on.
And while those iguanas are certainly the largest invasive critter out here in Waimanalo, local farmers tell me that the unholy trinity of coconut rhinoceros beetle, little fire ants, and coqui frogs, those are the most detrimental.
These three are... It could be endgame if we see these three get out of control, and they're at the point now where they might be. If we cannot get control of the beetle,
oh my God,
we won't see palm trees anymore. If you think about Hawaii and the iconic images of Hawaii palm trees and San.
Okay, when they said beetles,
the beetle, you won't see palm trees.
I did not imagine these guys right here. Holy, look at those things.
anymore. If you think about Hawaii and the iconic images of Hawaii, palm trees and sandy beaches, and that could all be gone. The palm trees could be decimated. The ants could populate the beaches to the point where you can't sit on the sand anymore without getting stung.
The Ag Department adds the iguanas have mostly been contained to Waimanalo on Oahu, but the others?
Those particular organisms.
Yes, I see everybody's everybody's rockets emotional support character. I forgot I rolled for one earlier and just never gave it to you. It was like 20 minutes ago, I think. It's my bad. It's my bad.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
So yeah, Hawaii, multiple invasive species threatening crops and those who are counting on the wildlife to continue to flourish. And unfortunately, these invasive species have decimated different things, including native species. Okay. Now let's move towards the mainland, where killer whales were spotted near Seattle.
Take a look at this new video of orcas in Puget Sound. This was taken on Sunday in West Seattle. So this is actually a pod of Big's killer whales that were spotted hunting birds and appeared to even have a young calf with them. Unlike the southern resident orcas that just eat salmon, these whales will feed on a variety of marine animals.
Wow.
What a sight!
Oh my
And
goodness,
people are just right there overlooking
Damn.
them. Yes.
Sucks to be a bird right now.
Close to the shore.
That loon is still chilling. That one bird is still just perfectly fine, just sitting there like, no big deal. It's fine. Who's the worm? Who is the worm? Is someone using the worm as an emote? I always assume when I saw worms in chat, it was just a brainworm, an RFK brainworm. It's not a worm. Is it a snake? Oh no. Is it Sarah Layla's emote? I'm sorry, Sarah. It's a caterpillar? Is it? It doesn't look like a caterpillar. Doesn't look at all like a caterpillar. Okay. Let's go here. There's a feel-good-ish story. It is a caterpillar? Wow. I think they could have done better than that. But I'll accept it. Okay. Let's go to LA. Talk about the LA fire victims and the kids. Kids are victims too.
Hundreds of Palisades and Eaton wildfire victims received a weighted teddy bear to provide therapeutic and emotional relief. The gifts were specifically designed to help heal broken heart syndrome in adults, which can be deadly.
Wait, is it for the adults?
Cub
Why did I think this was for the kids? I just realized I was completely wrong about this one. I take it back. The adults are getting the teddy bears. Adult therapy bears. Yeah, it feels like we need those.
Giveaway at the LA Dream
I could use a therapy bear.
Its creator developed the weighted teddy bear after losing her son the day he was born. She says she turned her heavy loss into
it does seem to be working.
Comfort for others.
Wow, what a story.
Aww. Adults need therapy, okay? Even if it's in the form of a bear.
I'll take you up
Sometimes.
to Big Bear tonight. Some exciting news for you. Jackie asleep on
Hey,
the nest and her
ma'am,
eggs right
excuse
now.
me.
Oh, a little bit of
Ma'am.
motion. We're hoping.
Miss, lady. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Let's go to a different bear. A Big Bear. That being Big Bear, California. Where we have been keeping up with the state of these bald eagle eggs on the Eagle Cam. And apparently, one of the eggs has hatched.
I'll take you up to Big Bear tonight. Some exciting news for you. Jackie asleep on the nest and her eggs right now. Oh, a little bit of motion. We're hoping she stands up perhaps because David and I noticed earlier that one of the eaglets is starting to emerge from the egg, and we actually saw that eaglet moving.
We saw something that was not an egg. so very much one of the eggs looks like it's open.
Yeah.
And she's occasionally been standing up, so we think that it's moving around. And
definitely saw motion as she stood up earlier, but she's hunkering down, keeping them warm tonight.
Check it out, our favorite bald eagle couple, Jackie and...
So cute.
Check it out, our favorite bald eagle couple, Jackie and Shadow, have a new eaglet. One of their eggs hatched late last night. This was captured on the Friends of Big Bear Valley cam. And another one of their eggs appears to have a crack. There is no visible crack yet on the third egg. Let's give you a live look from the bald eagle nest this morning. That is probably, statistically speaking, Jackie hovering.
I wonder if the Eagle Cam is funded by things like the National Parks funding. Probably. That would be my guess. We may never get to have an Eagle Cam again. So I figure we might as well bask in it while the fun still exists for these great moments in nature. Now, let's go a little bit inland to Oklahoma, where real-life Wizard of Oz situation happened, that being a powerful tornado. Let's go here. CBS News from 6 hours ago.
Severe weather is threatening the southern United States, affecting everything from flights in Texas to Mardi Gras celebrations in Louisiana. The National Weather Service confirmed that a powerful tornado touched down early this morning in Ada, Oklahoma, about 90 miles south of Oklahoma City. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca has the latest. Omar?
It's not quite spring, but the spring weather is already here. We are in Ada, Oklahoma, and last night a storm blew through, and you can see some of the damage it left behind. Let me show you more of the damage that we're seeing here in Ada. Now, the National Weather Service says preliminary reports say this was an EF1 tornado, wind speeds 100, 105 miles an hour. This used to be a furniture store, but you can see bricks knocked down, the roof is gone, things were blown out that way, things were headed that way. You can see some debris back there up in the tree. Gives you an idea of how powerful this wind was. Again, the preliminary report from the National Weather Service says this was on the ground for maybe less than 4 miles, about 3.7 miles. Good news is nobody was really here. This happened at about 5 in the morning, was on the ground less than 5 minutes. But this is the kind of damage that spring storms can do, even though it's not quite spring here. Good news, no one was killed.
If that's true, those stats are true. That means that storm was moving, that tornado was moving like 60 miles an hour across the fucking Oklahoma plains. Holy shit, let alone whatever the wind speeds might have been. Like the actual storm itself was moving it. Because if it was down for 5 minutes and it traveled 5 miles, that's kind of how that works. Maybe faster, because he said it was like 4 miles or whatever it was. Okay, let's talk about another thing relating to storms, but I figure we go to PBS Terra, one of our favorite channels. Talk about swamps. Bring back the swamp, because it actually is an incredibly important part of helping reduce damage from hurricanes where people live.
Every time I'm out in the swamp, it's otherworldly. When you see that mist coming off the water, it's almost like the spirits of the swamp are also speaking back to you.
We're talking about something the scale of the Grand Canyon. This is the largest block of coastal cypress forest in North America. These cypress trees are incredibly important from protecting our communities from hurricanes. They're almost indestructible, but there are threats to them.
The Atchafalaya River Basin is America's largest river swamp and Louisiana's first line of defense against the extreme weather that threatens the Gulf Coast. How does this swamp and its cypress trees protect us from hurricanes? And how can we protect them?
When I'm on the water, it's a spiritual connection for me when I'm paddling. When I watch that mist kind of just growing and dancing on the water, it reminds me of maybe the ghosts of these old cypress trees that we no longer have. I love sharing it with other people. We don't know what we've got right in our own backyard. Our locals don't even appreciate it like they should.
We have the largest wild-caught crawfishery in the United States. People actually live off the land out here. We have 150 different bird species that either winter or migrate through or use the basin throughout the year. And then it's very important for flood control. This basin is built to help keep Baton Rouge all the way to New Orleans. We take floodwaters through this basin so that they don't end up in our homes and cities downstream from here. This basin takes part of the flow of the Mississippi River and all of the flow of the Red River. But during flood times, this floodway gets kicked into action to make sure that it's taking its appropriate amount of water out of the river.
I love photographing cypress trees, what it represents, what its resiliency. It's such a strong tree. It's so valuable to this place. They're not just beautiful. Without them, this whole area could be washed away.
We have about 350,000 acres of coastal cypress forest here. These trees are related to the redwoods, and they grow and they live for a very long time and get to be really big trees. Hurricane Andrew, which was probably the biggest storm to hit this system, it came right up the Atchafalaya. And in the areas that were more your oak trees and things like that, in the higher ground, it was like probably an average of about 40% of those forests were knocked down, up to about 85%. But in the cypress forests that start here and really persist to the south of us, it was like 1% mortality. That's a huge deal because these cypress trees, they evolved in this environment and they're extremely resilient to hurricanes. So what you want is as many of those trees to be as healthy as possible because those are the speed bumps for that storm surge and that wind. It's just providing all that friction before it gets to our communities. Couple things.
There we go. The, swamps are an integral part of mitigating storm damage, especially this one down in Louisiana. Preventing floodwater from getting to places like Baton Rouge, New Orleans, when hurricanes go across this area. Speaking of hurricanes, let's talk about FEMA and what Trolon, or Trump and Elon, have been doing to it. Here's Jim McGovern in the
Thank you, Madam Chair.
House Rules
before
Committee.
I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of our former Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart. Lincoln served on the Rules Committee, and while we didn't always agree, I respected him because he believed in the power of good governance and fair debate. He understood that our role as lawmakers is about working for the American people, and it was an honor to serve with him, and my prayers go out to his family at this difficult time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I appreciate your doing that.
And now on to the business of the day. Madam Chair, last week, Republicans passed a budget resolution that paves the way for their betrayal of the middle class, stealing from hardworking people so they can give tax breaks to billionaires. This week, they are doubling down, dismantling protections that keep people healthy and safe. Even worse, while Republicans complain about home appliances and car tires, issues that don't even crack the top 100 concerns that I hear from my constituents, the GOP is quietly pushing Trump's broader agenda of destruction. Just look at what is happening. DOGE sacked hundreds of workers who keep our nuclear weapons safe, then scrambled to rehire those workers when they realized they screwed up. They fired critical staff from VA hospitals, including disabled veterans. They decimated the NIH office responsible for groundbreaking research on Alzheimer's and dementia. They dismantled Ebola prevention teams along with other critical disease surveillance programs, despite there being a nationwide measles outbreak for the first time in decades. They cut experts working on the bird flu response, you know, the thing that is making eggs so expensive and causing shortages. And now they are working to try to hire them back. I mean, talk about efficiency. We have wildfires raging in South Carolina as Elon cuts right now. Trump golfs in Florida, and J.D. Vance hits the slopes in Vermont.
Yep. J.D. Vance out there hitting up the moguls. Donald Trump putting from the rough. And Elon Musk doing whatever the fuck he wants. 1 year sound. Yeah, I know. It was Forbes. It wasn't me. It was them. I had volume at 95% on my end. 100% on the video, I think. Right? Is this at 100%? Yeah, it is at 100%. Ay. All right. Speaking of wildfires in the Carolinas, let's go right there and talk about that. We talked about these a little bit yesterday. They're still going on. There's not a lot of updates to it.
South Carolina declared a state of emergency yesterday as wildfires in the Carolinas and Georgia scorched thousands of acres and forced people to leave their homes. Fox's Jonathan Seri has the latest from Horry County, South Carolina.
We're seeing some stuff that really we hadn't seen in a while.
There are at least 10 active wildfires burning in the Carolinas and Georgia as crews work to get containment and save homes. The rare East Coast wildfires erupted over the weekend. South Carolina was the hardest hit, more than 175 fires reported on Sunday. The largest is near Myrtle Beach in the Carolina forest area. More than 1,600 acres burned so far, forcing some residents to evacuate.
I had my brother call me and tell me to look out the back window, and I no more hung up from him when I've got a police officer knocking on my door.
Red Cross shelters are open across the area, including in Polk County, North Carolina, where a wildfire that's burned 500 acres is only 30% contained. First responders are now applying lessons from hurricane relief, giving folks a safe place to ride out the wildfires while they wait to see if their homes will survive.
We offer, a safe place to sleep. We have meals. We have, a good place for people to just come and stay here.
Despite the danger, most residents are remaining optimistic, pointing to a cold front that's expected to bring rain to the area by Tuesday.
I think that.
All right, let's go here. This is from 10 hours ago.
Well, crews battling wildfires in South Carolina could get some much needed help from Mother Nature tomorrow. Lighter winds this week have helped those efforts, but a statewide burn ban is still in effect in South Carolina.
Diane Wilson continues our coverage live in Myrtle Beach, where the Carolina forest fire is still just 30% contained. The smoke's still pretty thick behind you, Diane. Good afternoon.
Hi there, Amber and Barbara. You know, we are day 4 into the fires here at the Carolina Forest, and we are getting rained on, but not from the actual skies. Instead, there are military helicopters flying over above, and you just missed it. One just dumped rain right over above, water over above and on top of us, and it's coming down on us now, and that's what's really helping fight these fires here. And we continue to hear some amazing stories of homeowners evacuating as the flames tower over their homes.
Seeing that footage, it was like, oh my gosh, that's my house.
This video shows the flames from the Carolina forest fires surrounding the back of Bridget Scholl's home in the Walker Woods neighborhood.
Just devastating, but it's an inferno, and like I say, they worked so hard to save my home that's all I can focus on.
Firefighters did save her house.
We've had fires in Stifford before, in Carolina Forest area and Stifford, but I've never experienced anything that close.
While the flames did damage to the siding on her home, along with some roof damage, she's shocked it wasn't more.
So far, I can't tell a lot of interior damage, so very grateful.
Crews continue to try and put out the fires. Hotspots are the focus. There are more than 500 personnel and first responders fighting the fires on the ground and in the air. Officials are saying it all started Saturday afternoon as a small backyard fire that quickly grew to a large wildfire that spread across Carolina Forest. Now, besides containing the fires, air quality is a major concern. We've been here for over 24 hours. Our throats are scratchy, our eyes, we have headaches because the smoke is really heavy here, and that's what residents are dealing with as they deal with the fires that continue to.
Yeah, so some of these fires are only 30% contained. There is supposed to be a cold front that just started last night. Well, technically tonight, although it's already morning in some places. And hopefully that will provide them necessary relief while trying to fight this fire. All right, let's move on from the fire. On from the fire. Let's go to Spain. How's that sound? Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands, experienced extreme flooding very abruptly. This is from 15 hours ago, Guardian News. Woman rescued from vehicle as cars washed away in flash flood. Ahem. Hello. Clicky click. Clicky clicky clicky. Come on. Come on! Go web go. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god.
Yeah! ¿De quién es el coche ese? ¿Quién está ahí? ¿Joana?
Oh my god, there's somebody in there.
Papá! Papá! ¡Que se baje el coche! Joder, tío.
Holy fuck. That is wild. Oh, storm season, flooding season is starting sooner than usual this year, and it's scary. Oh god, storm season's gonna be fucked up this year. I can already tell. I've already said it multiple times now this year. Oh, let's go to Indonesia. More floods here, displacing thousands of people. This is from South China Morning Post. It's like 5 hours ago. Residents in Indonesia's capital are using ropes to escape floodwaters. Oh my god. Torrential rain has triggered floods as deep as 3 meters in and around Jakarta. Thousands of people have sought shelter in schools, mosques, and churches. The water started to enter my house at around 1 a.m. It still has not receded up until now. I immediately packed up our belongings and brought them to an empty house here, to the second floor. I immediately packed... Oh, I read that already. Every time it rains heavily in Bogor, south of Jakarta, we get floods in the area. This is the most severe flooding I've ever experienced. 1,000 is the estimated number of homes currently underwater, according to Jakarta authorities on March 4th. The floods this time came pretty fast, and we were not able to salvage our stuff, especially for my shops. All my belongings at home are also gone. Maybe it's a warning from God. The heavy rain started on March 3rd and is expected to continue for several more days. Local media reports that said the flooding, particularly in Bekasi, was the worst seen since 2020. This is fucked. Whole town underwater. Looks like Brazil last year. When did that happen? It was like April, wasn't it? May? Okay, now let's continue going east all the way to Australia, where Cyclone Alfred is threatening the east coast of the continent. Started off with this from yesterday. So we'll make our way to the more recent footage that I have.
Tropical Cyclone Alfred has been upgraded to a Category 2 system and is now forecast to make landfall in Brisbane's northern suburbs on Thursday night or Friday morning. Now, if it crosses the coast there, it'll be the first tropical cyclone to directly hit the region in more than 50 years. Gale force winds and rainfall totals of up to 400 millimetres are forecast. Authorities say there is a chance Alfred's coastal crossing could coincide with a high tide, making storm surges a significant concern.
We're already seeing waves in excess of 4 metres. We're likely to see them pushing up to 5, 6, 7 metres over the coming days. Around the time of crossing, those wave heights may push towards 8 or 9 metres. So incredibly large waves that are having this hazardous impact for any activities close to the coast.
In Queensland, the islands off Moreton Bay, Brisbane's Bayside communities and coastal towns from Noosa to the Gold Coast have been named as immediate priorities. Queensland Premier David Crisafulli is urging residents to be prepared.
Wow, people just buying out all the water.
For our preparations, we've pre-positioned generators and health staff onto some of those vulnerable island communities, for example. We're making sure that all the logistics are in place. We want Queenslanders to do the same. And this is an unusual event. It's not unprecedented, but it is unusual to have a cyclone of this severity crossing the coast. But I've seen the way that Southeast Queenslanders have handled flooding in the past. This just has an added layer of complexity.
In northeast New South Wales, extra flood rescue teams and emergency helicopters have been deployed. Premier Chris Minns says the government has learnt from previous natural disasters in the region.
All right, let's go to the more recent footage that I have of this. This is from 10 hours ago, ABC News Australia. Once again, Cyclone Alfred slightly shifts direction, threatens 20,000 Brisbane homes. All right, keep it going, ABC News Australia. You've got the floor.
What's the latest?
So the latest is that Tropical Cyclone Alfred is still a Category 2 system, sitting around 460 k's to the east of Brisbane. Now, we've seen no huge changes in our expectations in terms of the track or the timing. We are still anticipating that Alfred will continue moving westwards today towards that southeast Queensland coast, making a landfall crossing late tomorrow night or early Friday morning. Now, as Tropical Cyclone Alfred makes that westerly move, it may still shift around a little bit. So the eagle-eyed amongst you may notice that the point of crossing has shifted slightly, but it is still expected between the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast. The most recent track map has that crossing just to the south of Brisbane, but as the system moves near the coast, and just a reminder, it's still almost 500 k's away from the coast, as it moves closer, that point of crossing may still shift around. I think the real thing that people need to keep their minds focused on is that point of crossing is just where the eye of the system is.
Yeah, the storm is bigger than the eye. 100%. It's going to hit everything around it. It's not the biggest system, but it's certainly powerful enough. Category 2 storm. Let's go 6 hours ago. Sorry, 4... Oh, yeah, 6 hours ago. Fact is, the coast is already seeing
now
effects of this.
Now let's bring in our ABC weather presenter, Nate Byrne now. Nate, what is the latest track update for Cyclone Alfred?
And so the last one came in just over an hour ago, Gemma, morning. We're expecting to see the next one in a couple of hours from now. The idea right now is that all of the models are starting to agree more and more, so the error bars are starting to close down around this predicted track. That hasn't changed much in that last update. Still coming into the coast, likely early hours of Friday morning now, and likely right over the top of Brisbane. Although...
Yeah. Storm continues to head in. Will be genuinely the eye of the storm will be hitting the coast early Friday in Australia, which is like 36 hours from now. But the effects of this cyclone are already being seen on the coast. Let's go to this footage. 10 News First from 4 hours ago. As you can see here, cars being washed away by these waves. Holy shit, dude. That outback is going out to sea. I'm fairly certain the water is not supposed to be going all the way up there. People are stocking up on all the toilet paper and the water. It's just leaving the shelves super fast.
Immediately, if not sooner.
People clearly preparing themselves for this storm. All right, how are we doing on time? 5:40. Yeah, I might just take a break now before we go to the Earth news. Because we have a slightly truncated list today since we had the Trump speech to do, which took up like 2.5 hours on its own. So I'm just going to take a break now. Then we'll get to the Earth news, which we've got. Honestly, we probably got more Earth news than we have U.S. news today. Because it was all just Trump. Trump and tariffs was the entire first half of the show. Okay, yeah. I'm going to quickly break. We'll be right back. But before we do any of that, gonna do some quick space messaging. If you haven't already, do click the like button and subscribe to the channel. They're both very important. The liking supposedly helps us with the algorithm, and we're still trying to get to 1,000 goddamn subs around here. Getting closer and closer. We just broke 850 subs a second ago, I saw. Could be you. That gets us one step closer to 1,000. We're still only half monetized around here, not allowed to run ads on the channel. Not that anybody really wants them, but it would be nice if we could get there. What else was I gonna say? Yes, while you're doing all that, subscribing and liking, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope in this little galaxy of ours. That's right, GNN needs your help, completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, in fact, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gift memberships are now working again. Even though we had some problems with them at one point, we are now stacking up more membies so we can add even more emotes. That's right, you get just a massive number of emotes if you become a member on YouTube. The fact is if everybody was a member, was a YouTube subscriber, our galactic financial woes would cease to exist. So do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network while we're taking this break. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits is to become a Galactic patron. So go onto the website, see if it's right for you. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. You think the camel's gone too? It's going to, well, that's probably true. I guess I could change it. Probably wouldn't take me that long. Alright, chat. I'm back. Time for us to get back to the show. Where were we? Oh yes, we were just ending the environmental news and heading into the Earth news half. But before we do that, we have to, of course, do a little space news, and this is what I got for you. This was the live look from inside the control room and the lander itself. This was Firefly's Blue Ghost lunar landing.
You're looking at Firefly Aerospace's Mission Operations Center here in Austin, Cedar Park, Texas, just north of Austin, where the team has been operating Blue Ghost Mission 1 for the last 45 days since launching from Kennedy Space Center. Welcome to the live landing coverage of Firefly's first road trip to the moon with our Blue Ghost lunar lander delivering NASA payloads.
Just over an hour from now, we will attempt to land in Mare Crisium, a basin in the northeast quadrant of the moon's near side, or the side we see here on Earth. A little south of Mare Crisium, you will find Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility. That location might sound familiar since that's where the first Apollo astronauts landed on Apollo 11 in July 1969. Blue Ghost launched on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket in the early morning hours on January 15th from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. About 6 minutes after the launch, Blue Ghost separated from Falcon to begin orbiting Earth before it went into lunar orbit. The lunar lander acquired signal about 9 minutes later, which was followed by completion of...
I wonder if SpaceX paid NASA, or if they got to use NASA's launch center for free. More billionaire welfare, space welfare for billionaires.
Orbit commissioning. That moment officially kicked off that 45-day journey that's brought us here to today. Now, what you may not know is that Launch Complex 39A is where the historic Apollo missions headed to the moon. That must have felt symbolic.
Absolutely. And it was a proud moment. And a huge shout out to SpaceX for being such an incredible launch partner.
So great.
Blue Ghost was deployed into a highly elliptical Earth orbit about an hour after liftoff. We then completed a 45-day transit from Earth to the moon.
This feels like an invasion.
And this mission has been incredibly successful to date. And we're so proud of what our Fireflies and NASA have collectively accomplished.
So proud.
So far, we've already downlinked 27.2 gigabytes of data, including some incredible payload science from NASA. We conducted...
I can't do it. I can't watch all of it with you right now. It's hurting me. It's hurting me. Can't do it. Privatization of the moon. It's happening, folks. Rather than having the moon be for the people, now it's for the billionaires. To exploit. God damn it. All of these things just continue pushing us further and further away from luxury space communism. I paid with my money. Yeah, I know. We did. We did. America. Enjoy that, Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Alright, on to the Earth news. Let us go to Greenland. Here's the Associated Press with footage of Greenland residents reacting to Trump's recent remarks about acquiring their homeland. I'm sure they're all very excited.
U.S. President Donald Trump's desire to purchase Greenland is not popular with social media influencer Kupa Nicholson, who was born and raised in the world's largest island.
Greenland is not for sale. He will never ever buy Greenland. But then when his son arrived here on the 7th of January, Donald Trump Jr. arrived here. It was like a realization moment. The words are no longer just words. They are now the reality. I kind of felt like being hit into your stomach and you're like...
Greenland, home to 57,000 people.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like I've been saying a bunch over, I don't know, the last couple of months, is that, you know, before he came to president, I mean, we have to listen to what this man says, because this could very well all become reality. Like this tariff war, or all these executive orders. Don't even want to go down the list right now. You know them all too well. But yeah, just like she said, hearing them were just felt like words. And then DJT Jr. showed up with fucking Charlie Kirk in matching jackets.
Hit into your stomach and you're like...
Greenland, home to 57,000 people, is a self-governing territory of Denmark, which has said repeatedly that the island, filled with untapped oil and mineral riches, is not for sale. Trump's threats to seize control have spurred the mostly indigenous Inuit residents to rethink their place in the world, and perhaps use a March 11 election as a springboard for independence from Denmark.
I want to be
when
those
Trump
kids.
came to the office, he went to talk with the Greenland.
I'm getting so distracted by that footage. I totally missed what he said after that. all I could... can you blame me, though? Can you blame me? All I can think of, even now, even though I've recognized the problem, I'm still like, dude, get me on that thing.
Perhaps use a March 11 election as a springboard for independence from Denmark.
When Trump came to the office, he went to talk with the Greenlandic directly, and the Greenlandic people directly, and the Greenlandic political directly, without going through Denmark. He wants to go and negotiate with us, and that's why the Danish are very afraid of that.
The U.S. already has a large military base in Greenland because of its strategic advantage over China and Russia.
You can't purchase Greenland. Our right to self-determination is non-negotiable. And I know that the U.S. adhere to international law, and you don't purchase countries, especially not from Denmark. But we are absolutely willing to work with our nearest allies and also don't create a security or defense vacuum here in the North American continent.
Well, it doesn't seem like people are planning to sell Greenland to Trump in Greenland. They don't seem to be about that idea. Some of the people seem slightly optimistic about what a relationship with the U.S. might mean, but doesn't sound like Donald Trump's going to be buying Greenland anytime soon. Although that one guy was rocking a Trump shirt. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that shirt. I'm looking at it right now because the stream's behind me by like 30 seconds. Okay. Let's go to the UK to talk about Germany. Novara Media from 20 hours ago. How the left beat the odds in Germany's elections. Ines Schwertner interview. I think that's how you say this name. Ines Schwertner.
Germany's Democratic Socialist Party, Die Linke, or the Left in English, doubled their vote share in last week's federal election, winning around 9% of the popular vote. That means they now hold 64 seats in Germany's parliament. That's a little more than 10% of the total. Earlier today, my colleague Stephen Meffen was joined by the party's co-leader, Ines Schwertner, to discuss that result. But given that European leaders are now scrambling to formulate a defense agreement in the wake of the Ukraine war and US President Donald Trump's reorientation towards Russia, he began by asking Ines about her party's position on European security.
We had just had a meeting also with our party leadership this weekend at the same time. And I mean, we were always for peace negotiations and diplomacy in this war. And I think the situation just shows how much Europe and also Germany just missed out on that. 3 years too late. Now we're asking ourselves, what is the European initiative? I think it just comes too late because it was crystal clear before Trump was president that he would probably, pull out of this war. And he did so now in a very, frank manner. But we knew before that Putin is an imperialist who wants to get on with this war. And also that, Trump wants, what we know now, wants resources from Ukraine. So I think Europe must take a stronger stance, but rather for diplomacy and not to become like an imperial power itself.
Yeah, on that question of an imperial power, I was looking at your 2021 campaign and your position on European security then. And I wondered what you thought of that view in retrospect. So as I understand it, the position then was demilitarization broadly, the removal of NATO bases from German soil, if not all of Europe, and a kind of European security pact that would involve Russia. Looking back, what do you make of that policy now?
We were right about NATO in a sense that, as you can see, Europe should not only belong to the US. As you can see, we cannot really rely on that. Also, a European defense strategy, I think, is in order still. But obviously, our stance towards Russia has changed. So I think what we need is still a European defense architecture, but that is not based on military power, but on, negotiations and defense, and not to be able to actually attack other countries. I think this is a difference that we still make. And I think when it comes to an architecture that involves Russia, that will probably be in only 10, 20, 30 years of time. So I think that the Ukraine war is a major setback in that kind of architecture, but Russia will still be on the map even, in 20 years. So that's why we're still hanging on to this.
Ines, Die Linke, a pretty amazing result in the recent federal elections in Germany. In 2021, the party did very, very poorly, and then it was followed by splits that for many in the media in Germany looked like an extinction event for Die Linke. And yet
Oh, yeah, the lefties, the portraits of the people on the wall are German communists from the early part of the 20th century there. Yeah, I thought I had a feeling that's who they were. I could not remember who they were specifically, but I was like, I feel like that's had some sense of that.
I'll come back with 8% of the vote, very substantial presence in Parliament. How do you diagnose that success? What changed? What happened?
Well, the German media thought we were dead after the split because BSW seemed to be very strong, and they had a very strong and, what I say, regressive migration policy. And so we lost in some of the elections, in the European election and in the elections in Eastern Germany. And when Jan van Aken and I, when we became leaders of Die Linke, we decided to focus back on social equality, so on the issues that people are interested most. And we used a method, I think, which in the UK as well, which was like major and massive canvassing. So we went to thousands of people, knocked on their doors, asked them, what is your priority? What are your issues right now? And what came out was rent and high prices. So inflation still minding people's, still being on people's minds. So we made that, the core of our campaign. So we campaigned around social equality most, and we still went on canvassing. We went to, I think, 630,000 doors. Wow. We were knocking them.
Wow. Well, there you go, people. He didn't think that things could be done on the ground. You just need to have the right messaging and attitude about all this. Like, holy fuck. The left party in Germany getting a historic victory for the party. doubling their seats in the German parliament. That was Ines Schwertner on Novara Media being interviewed by, what's his name? Hugh? I forget that dude's name. But yeah, who knew? Going and saying a message of equality to hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps millions. Considering 830,000 doors, you might, get a few people at a time sometimes. But yeah, that is a lot of doors to knock on. They got it done. All right, let's go on here now to Reuters. Talk about what's happened the last 24 hours. It was technically happening during the stream last night. I think we made quick mention of it, but Donald Trump cutting off all U.S. military aid. Oh, God. I hate when this happens with the Navarro videos. There we go. Here we go. Here's Reuters from 23 hours ago.
U.S. President Donald Trump has paused military aid to Ukraine following his clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week. That's according to a White House official who, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said, quote, President Trump has been clear that he is focused on peace. We need our partners to be committed to that goal as well. We are pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing to a solution. The White House had no immediate comment on the scope and amount of aid affected or how long the pause would last. The Pentagon could not provide further details. Zelensky's office did not immediately respond to a Reuters request for comment, nor did the Ukrainian embassy in Washington. The move deepens the rift that is opened between the two one-time allies. It comes after Trump upended U.S. policy on Ukraine and Russia upon taking office in January and taking a friendlier approach to Moscow, and after an explosive confrontation with Zelensky in the White House on Friday, in which Trump criticized him for being insufficiently grateful for Washington's backing in the war with Russia.
You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
Since Russia's invasion nearly 3 years ago, the U.S. Congress has approved $175 billion in total assistance for Ukraine, according to the nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. The announced pause in military aid applies mainly to aid that has been previously approved but not yet dispersed. Trump has not approved any new aid since his term began. However, he suggested on Monday that a deal to open up Ukraine's minerals to U.S. investment could still be on the table.
Mr. President, is the Ukraine minerals deal now dead, or can it be revived? What's your...
Well, I'll let you know. We're making a speech. You probably heard about it tomorrow night, so I'll let you know tomorrow night. But no, I don't think so.
The Trump administration views a minerals deal as America's way of earning back some of the aid given to Ukraine since Russia invaded 3 years ago. On Monday, Trump also described it as a great deal for...
Yeah, but are they all... Is it $500 billion worth of them there? I don't think so. Fairly certain it's no. All right. Let's see what France.
They were allies just weeks
say.
ago, but heightened tensions in recent days between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky have led to the unprecedented U.S. decision to suspend aid to Ukraine. Vice President J.D. Vance explained that Ukrainian President Zelensky was unwilling to engage in peace and sustaining the Ukraine war was not viable for the U.S.
The American people are saying we don't want to fund the war indefinitely, so the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever.
The decision comes after heightened tensions between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, who clashed in a meeting at the Oval Office on Friday. The U.S. president says Ukraine is not doing enough to move towards a peace deal with Russia. Also at stake is the agreement on minerals, which would allow for the exploitation of Ukrainian resources by Washington in return for its support for Kiev over the last 3
Seems like everyone's saying the same thing. France. Reuters, France 24 English, Reuters. Yeah. Let's see what the reaction on the ground was in Ukraine on these pauses in military aid. Aid is not an investment. Well, that's 100% true. But that's not how Donald Trump views the world. He's a completely transactional person. Like, you can turn anything into a business transaction, I swear to God. It's horrifying.
Я вважаю, що якби вони переймались
I believe that if the US cared about the population, about the people of Ukraine, about the civilian population, about the people who live in this city, they would not stop providing aid in the form of aircraft, missiles, and defense systems, and so on. They shut down all of this. They show that they are not interested. I'm feeling sorry that the cities are broken. The fallen soldiers are lying on the ground. This is the most difficult thing. Everything else can be survived. Can be fixed. This cannot be fixed in any way. That was the pinkest jacket I think I've ever seen in my life. Look at that thing. Oh my God. I have hope. Let Trump forgive. I hope that pausing aid is everything will be fine. I hope that we can do it without Trump. It is not true that we can do nothing, as he said. That we can only hold out for 2 weeks and that's it. No. We really do need help. Therefore, I hope that Trump... He is a Gemini by horoscope. Oh my God. I hope that as he has such a change of mood. Oh my God. Oh no. People on the ground resorting to horoscopes. Astrological signs. Holding on to the general mood of Geminis. Oh no, that's not good. I believe that stage of grief is called bargaining. I'm not a psychologist, though. I have no idea. All right. This is something that I think could have been foreseen, and that I was honestly thinking might happen. I'm wondering how many people have heard this yet. But let's talk about this. This is basically the most recent news I have on the Ukraine situation. With Donald Trump pulling out of many strategic partnerships and all of this other stuff, tariffs, the European Union is unveiling a nearly €1 trillion plan to rearm all of Europe.
Well, meanwhile, the European Union Commission chief has presented a plan to mobilise €800 billion for European defence. Let's hear what Ursula von der Leyen had to say.
Europe is ready to assume its responsibilities. Rearm Europe could mobilise close to €800 billion of defence expenditures for a safe and resilient Europe. We will, of course, continue working closely with our partners in NATO. This is a moment for Europe, and we are ready to step up.
Ursula von der Leyen there. Well, earlier I spoke to
Wow.
Brussels, and he explained
800 billion euros.
This plan is called Rearm Europe, and it has 5 actions. The first would be this long talked about suspension of EU deficit rules that would allow national governments to invest in defense in a way that would ordinarily exceed those rules and spark an excessive deficit procedure. The proposal now is to drop that if the spending is for defense. Ursula von der Leyen said just now that alone would mobilize 650 billion euros if each EU member states increased its defense spending by 1.5% over the next 4 years. Then the second action is spending together joint procurement to buy military equipment to lower the cost and enable countries to spend more strategically in a more coordinated.
Wow. Oh no. The volume is super low. God damn it. It's okay. It's not. We didn't get that far into this. Oops. Thank you for mentioning it.
Meanwhile, the European Union Commission chief has presented a plan to mobilize 800 billion euros for European defense. Let's hear what Ursula von der Leyen had to say.
Europe is ready to assume its responsibilities. Rearm Europe could mobilize close to 800 billion euros of defense expenditures for a safe and resilient Europe. We will, of course, continue working closely with our partners in NATO. This is a moment for Europe, and we are ready to step up.
Ursula von der Leyen there. Well, earlier I spoke to our correspondent Dave Keating in Brussels, and he explained exactly what the move means.
This plan is called Rearm Europe, and it has 5 actions. The first would be this long talked about suspension of EU deficit rules that would allow national governments to invest in defense in a way that would ordinarily exceed those rules and spark an excessive deficit procedure. The proposal now is to drop that if the spending is for defense. Ursula von der Leyen said just now that alone would mobilize 650 billion euros if each EU member states increased its defense spending by 1.5% over the next 4 years. Then the second action is spending together joint procurement to buy military equipment to lower the cost and enable countries to spend more strategically in a more
Okay. That's where we were when we just ended that discussion the first time. God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But there we go. Plan to deficit spend in the EU. Ursula von der Leyen herself making the announcement to do nearly $1 trillion or 800 billion euros in spending. Basically making Europe great again. And yeah, I mean, the arms race, the tariff war, the new space race, AI, all this stuff. I mean, there's so many things going on right now that we don't need to do. Meanwhile, climate change is still happening. I don't know if anybody remembers. But making a bunch of weaponry for more death and destruction is actually counter to trying to achieve carbon targets. I don't know if anybody knows that. Speaking of smoke, let's go to Serbia, where things got pretty weird in the parliament. This is Associated Press from 18 hours ago. You can see parliament members throwing smoke bombs and flares down onto the floor, even striking one member of parliament in the neck, filling the entire room with smoke. This guy brought an umbrella for some reason. That was prescient. I think I have more footage of this. Yeah. Oh, this is the same footage. Serbian opposition members disrupted parliament with flares and tear gas in a sign of support for anti-government protests. Oh yeah, all the student protests, that makes sense. A live broadcast showed some politicians scuffling with security guards. Serbia has been rocked by student-led protests for months. Following the collapse of a train station roof last year that killed 15 people. The incident ignited long-simmering anger in the country over corruption. Parliamentary officials say two lawmakers were injured in the protest. That's what I call fighting for your consent. That is what I call fighting. Where were the fucking where were the goddams? Can I say this? I don't know if I can say it. Where was this sort of vibrant protest from lawmakers today? It was lacking, is what it was. It was entirely missing, aside from Al Green. Okay. Now, if you missed this yesterday, I figured I would keep this one in here today because it's such a great story. You all know I do that sometimes. I can't help myself. Oh god, we do have some fucking great news as well. I should have done this in reverse order. No, maybe I should do it in reverse order. You know what? Let's do it in reverse order. Nah, fuck it. It's too late. I can't turn back now. There's no way I'm moving all three of those now. Fuck it. Alright. Let's talk about the win in Palestine. Well, actually, it was the win in LA. Where Palestinian Israeli filmmakers came together and won Best Documentary at the Oscars ceremony.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. And the Oscars were held Sunday evening. History was made in the Best Documentary category.
And the Oscar goes to No Other Land.
The Palestinian-Israeli film No Other Land won for Best Documentary. The film follows the struggles of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank community of Masafer Yatta to stay on their land amidst violent attacks by Israeli settlers aimed at expelling them. The film was made by a team of Palestinian-Israeli filmmakers, including the Palestinian journalist Bassel Adra, who lives in Masafer Yatta, and the Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham. They both spoke at the ceremony, beginning with Bassel Adra, who became the first Palestinian filmmaker to win an Oscar.
Thank you to the Academy for the award. It's such a big honor for the four of us, and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forest spill displacements that my community, Masafer Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades and still persist as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother. but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Basil is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And, you know, why? Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Basil's people are truly free and safe? There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you.
Israeli filmmaker you.
Okay. Now, let's go on to talk about some horrifying news in the United States relating to all of this. I just realized how much more we have on Earth half than the other half. Okay. Yeah. Because a few stories we got here to talk about. I guess Donald Trump must have seen the Oscar ceremony. MTG too. And they were reminded about Palestinians finally. Horrifyingly. Because all this stuff started happening.
Families in Khan Yunis
Oh,
mourn
shit.
for the 2 Palestinians killed by an Israeli.
Oh shit, I looked past this video. How did I do that? Sorry, we can't go to the United States yet. We still have to deal with this in Gaza. Let's talk once again about the Gaza aid that's been cut off by Benjamin Netanyahu in complete contravention of the ceasefire arrangement. Here's TRT World.
Families in Khan Yunis mourn for the 2 Palestinians killed by an Israeli drone strike in nearby Rafah on Monday.
How do they say there is a truce? How do they say there is a truce? Where is the truce while they are killing people?
Israel has escalated attacks since phase 1 of the Gaza ceasefire came to an end on Saturday, with little progress on a new deal. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing the proposal put forward by US President Donald Trump to forcibly remove Palestinians from Gaza.
It's time to give the residents of Gaza a real choice. It's time to give them the freedom to live and the freedom to choose.
Meanwhile, Israel is blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza. Hundreds had been going in as part of the ceasefire.
Israel's decision to halt aid into Gaza is indeed alarming. He added that international humanitarian law is clear. We must be allowed to access to deliver vital life-saving aid.
The aid blockade has drawn international condemnation.
The Netanyahu government is using every means to exploit the already fragile ceasefire agreement. As if Israeli ministers' calls for annexation of the West Bank were not enough, Israeli officials are playing with fire with their provocations targeting the Al-Aqsa Mosque. No one will be able to uproot our Gazan brothers and sisters from the land they were born, grew up, and sacrificed their lives.
There you go. Erdogan making a statement. Saying that Gaza will not be devoid of Palestinians, and that Israel is breaking the ceasefire arrangement. One that was already very fragile, in which there are still many hostages left on both sides. Now let's go back to the United States. Like I was saying, Trump and MTG must have been watching the Oscar ceremony, reminded that about those protests that happened on campuses, and have started threatening universities, colleges, and a bunch of other stuff. Let's start here. Actually, maybe we should do it in this order. Yeah, let's do it that way. Start with federal. Yeah. All right. Let's go here. Denver 7 from 7 hours ago. President Trump threatens to pull federal money from colleges over illegal protests, quote unquote. Illegal.
Illegal.
Today, President Trump posted on Truth Social, threatening to pull federal funding from colleges and universities who, quote,
all federal funding will stop, all caps stop, for any capital college, capital school, or capital university that allows illegal protests.
Illegal.
Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. So wait, so even U.S. citizens will be imprisoned for protesting? Free speech, everybody. American students will be permanently expelled, or, depending on the crime, arrested. All caps, no masks. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter.
Allow illegal protests and arrest or deport what he calls agitators. Some experts believe this stems from protests over the Israel-Hamas war across the country over the summer, including here in Denver. I asked CU Boulder law professor Deep Galactic what the Constitution says about protests on college campuses.
Ooh, the Constitution.
Students on campus have First Amendment rights to engage in all sorts of speech, including speech that is dissenting, including speech that is protesting, including speech that many people might disagree with.
What's
and
the
nothing
Constitution?
that the president's post does can make that illegal, because he cannot unilaterally override the First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Is there such a thing as an illegal protest on a college campus?
People can protest,
Illegal.
people can make their voice heard, students can do so on college campuses. It is certainly illegal, having nothing to do with this post or anything the president says, to engage in behavior that is disruptive of the educational environment.
Galactic says that has always been the law, and the Supreme Court has discussed this several times, each time upholding the right to.
Yeah, interesting. Oh shit, Nadia with the super chat. Thank you, Nadia. Yep, masks are now illegal. It's all very, very above board. It's the law now. If you're an American and you try to use your First Amendment right as a student, that's illegal as well. Everybody's going to jail while I release all the criminal Jan 6 hostages. What's this one? CBS New York now. Okay. Let's talk about a specific university which is being threatened right now. Donald Trump is threatening to withhold $50 million in funding from Columbia University.
The White House threatening to put stop work orders on more than $50 million in contracts with Columbia University as it investigates anti-Semitism there. Billions of dollars in grants could also be at stake. As Lisa Rosner reports, the president also posted on social media today that all federal funding will stop for any campus that allows what he calls illegal protests.
Illegal.
From protesters blocking sidewalks to taking over a campus building, Barnard College says it's identifying the disruptors from the past week and will pursue discipline, but it's not clear what that is. It comes almost a year after students at the affiliated Columbia University created a contentious encampment and occupied a building there, leading to multiple arrests. Tuesday, President Trump posted on Truth Social, all federal funding will stop for any school.
Truth Central, it's the best.
Lower my grade on the essay.
Columbia University sophomore Noah Lederman says he'd rather the school enforce its own code of conduct by, for example, expelling students who break into buildings. A letter to Columbia from multiple federal agencies threatens to pull more than $50 million in federal contracts and more than $5 billion in federal grants in light of the ongoing investigations for potential violations of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act.
I'm certainly heartened to see the president focusing on anti-Semitism on college campuses. My concern with his statements would only be around free speech and making sure that those are always protected, civil rights.
In light of Trump's post, we asked legal experts what makes a protest illegal.
If there's a legal protest happening and there's a person who within that legal protest is committing some act that could be seen as illegal, it's still up to the DA to review. If you're barging onto someone's property where you're not allowed to be, it still constitutes trespass. It can be illegal.
But when it comes to private campuses, she says the school determines what's permitted. Under Title VI, though, recipients of federal funding are not allowed to discriminate, and the director of legal policy for Stand With Us says that's why Trump may be resorting to pulling funding.
There's also the issue of speech crossing the line into unlawful conduct, which means that if speech is harassing, if it presents a true threat, intimidation, things like that, those are not protected expressive activities. And unfortunately,
Are you going to say that everyone was being harassed?
that's a lot of what we're seeing on campuses today.
Oh, yeah, everyone's being harassed on campuses today. Okay. Right. All right. Before we go to MTG, it's frustrating to hear public understandings of the illegitimate successors to the illegitimate separatist CIA coup on the USSR. I mean, I think, we disagree on some of how things went down during this period. But, as of right now, Ukraine is its own country. It's a sovereign territory, and it's certainly, regardless of what may have happened, for like 40 years ago, or like whatever it is now, that wouldn't justify Vladimir Putin like invading Ukraine if that's what we're talking about right now. I just didn't want to read this whole thing and get into this whole thing while we're in the middle of the video. But I mean, was there a CIA involvement in this area? Sure. And there was plenty of Kremlin involvement across the world at the exact same time. I don't think either of them should have been doing much of the things that they were doing. Doesn't justify war crimes right now, though. Or annexing territory. Alright, let's go to see what MTG had to say about Capitol protesters. And really, these were protesters from this was she's bringing up stuff from quite a while ago. And this was literally Tuesday that she did this. But yeah, she's going to talk about Jewish Voices for Peace, if I'm not mistaken, in this next video. If I recall correctly from listening to this earlier. This was her on Tuesday talking about protesters.
Recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, our witnesses. As we know, the politically weaponized FBI and DOJ under the Biden administration went after peaceful pro-lifers, J6ers, and Catholics attending Latin Mass, parents trying to hold their school boards accountable, and many more conservatives. They refused to prosecute heinous sex crimes against children and actual terrorists who wanted death to America and chanted it in our streets.
Yeah.
In October 2023, rioters from the Jewish Voice.
Anybody remember terrorists chanting death threats in our streets? Death to America, or whatever it was she just fucking said. Anybody remember that? I don't. But I think we know what she's referring to.
For peace, and if not now, both.
Wait. Sorry, let me hear this again.
Rioters from the Jewish Voice for
Jewish
Peace,
Voice for
and
Peace.
if not now.
Jewish Voice for Peace is a terrorist organization to MTG. Wow.
Both violent pro-Islamic groups that support Hamas invaded the Capitol complex. As a matter of fact, they came in this building right here.
They invaded
and they took over the Cannon Rotunda.
They invaded the Rotunda.
Their actions, they completely shut down the elevators, the stairwells, the hallways. They blocked exits.
All shut down.
And the police officers were
Armed
assaulted.
vigilantes, Jewish Voices for
And
Peace.
they took over and stopped hearings, and they stopped Congress. Same way January 6th did, although they were not prosecuted and they were not held accountable the same way protesters on January 6th were. Now, I bring this up today because the riot organizers that held this riot here in the Cannon building not only communicated through a chat that appears to be Signal, similar to different messaging programs you've spoken about. But the title of the chat was Global Intifada. So if you see, it's hard for you to see, I know, from here, but this picture right here is a screenshot of one of their cell phones as they were communicating with each other. You can see in the background their signs. It was taken over in the Cannon Rotunda, but right here,
horrifying
it
signs,
says
more than the dead.
Global Intifada. They were an organized group, and they had organized this pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist riot here in the Cannon building. And Mr. Flesh, in your testimony, you talk about globalizing the Intifada. What is the goal for globalizing Intifada, not only worldwide, but in the streets of America?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the goal of people calling...
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, is this guy who's speaking, his name is Mr. Flesh, terrible name.
Don't be creepy.
Mr. Flesh. You might be thinking must be from Jewish Voices for Peace. That's why MTG is asking him about Jewish Voices for Peace. No.
Not only worldwide, but in the streets of America.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the goal of people calling to globalize Intifada is to bring a Palestinian-inspired strategy of violent political revolution targeting civilians, including children, and essentially to overthrow the United States and to defeat the fabric of society of the United States.
Yeah. Actually, Mr. Flesh is a Heritage Foundation fellow. So glad that he's here to unpack what global intifada means. Of course, it doesn't mean that. It just has to do with protest and freedom. But no, got that guy in here. Great, MTG. Referring to Jewish Voices for Peace as a terrorist organization that invaded the Capitol while praising Jan 6ers. Okay, cool. Now, Arab leaders have been meeting in Egypt about the future of Gaza. Let's go to Cairo. CBS News from 18 hours ago.
All right, now we want to get you to the Middle East, where Egypt is set to put forward its vision for the future of Gaza at an Arab League summit in Cairo today. Countries in the region have been scrambling to come up with a counter-proposal to President Trump's plan for a U.S. takeover of the enclave. His suggestion that Gaza be cleared out and transformed into, quote, the Riviera of the Middle East, that has sparked outrage. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Patta joins us now from Jerusalem with more on this. Deborah, what can we expect from today's meeting?
Well, Errol, President Trump's suggestion that the U.S. redevelop Gaza and resettle Palestinians has been widely criticized by many Arab countries as effectively ethnic cleansing. So this summit is intended to come up with a united Arab response that offers an alternative by making Gaza habitable again and ensuring statehood for Palestinians. It's going to focus on how to rebuild the territory, how to establish a path to a two-state solution, which isn't spoken of very much these days. But the question remains, of course, who's going to foot the bill? The UN, Errol, has said it will cost in the region of $50 billion.
And Deborah, over the weekend, Israel blocked the delivery of aid into Gaza in a move to pressure Hamas into signing what's being described as a new U.S. ceasefire proposal. Tell us about that and where things stand on the existing ceasefire.
Well, essentially, Errol, the ceasefire hangs by a thread. Negotiations for a second phase should be underway, discussing the withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, a permanent truce, and the release of all the remaining hostages. Instead, Israel has backed this UN proposal to delay talks on ending the war, but still allow half of the remaining hostages to be freed right away. Now, Hamas has said that this is not what was originally agreed to. And as you mentioned over the weekend, Israel stopped all humanitarian aid into Gaza, with Egypt and Qatar saying that essentially they're wielding the weapon of starvation. And as you can imagine, hostage families are very worried about the safe return now of their loved ones still being held in Gaza. And Palestinians living in Gaza are terrified that they're going to return to the days of war when there was...
Not a lot has changed over here at CBS in the way they talk about this situation. But there we go. Arab leaders meeting in Cairo to discuss an alternative to ethnic cleansing. The ethnic cleansing recommended by Donald Trump. All right, let's go to the DRC. Talk about what M23 rebels have been up to lately and what else has been going on in the country. Yeah, here's BBC News from 20 hours ago. M23 rebels leader denies assistance from Rwanda.
I don't want reality.
Now, the leader of a group of armed rebels who've swept through the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo have told the BBC that they'll go all the way to the capital, Kinshasa, if they come under attack by government forces. Well, Cornel Nanga, who heads an alliance which includes the M23 rebel group, claims that they are liberators who are defending themselves against the government. Well, the M23 now control Goma and Bukavu, the two largest cities in the mineral-rich east of the country. Well, according to the UN and the US, the rebels are backed by neighbouring Rwanda, something that Rwanda denies. Well, speaking to the BBC, Cornel Nanga denies receiving military assistance from Rwanda. He also said he had no knowledge of any human rights abuses committed by the M23 group. Illegal. Our senior international correspondent, Oligarchy, sent us this report.
Cornel Nanga, the smiling face of the rebels on the march in the DRC. Self-proclaimed liberators coming to clean up corruption. He says they'll take the fight all the way to the capital Kinshasa if, as he claims, the government keeps attacking them. How did the anti-government M23 rebel group get this far? With backing, weapons and 4,000 troops from neighbouring Rwanda, UN experts say. That's something the rebels deny.
I don't know anything about Rwanda. If they say that there are 4,000 fighters from Rwanda, I don't know, I didn't see them.
So you don't receive any assistance from Rwanda?
I don't see the military assistance from Rwanda.
So even though there is photographic evidence of Rwandan troops here in DRC, you say they are not here and not fighting with you?
They can have their evidence. Me, I say that I don't have those evidence. I have my fighting, and we have our own reason why we are fighting.
Ethnic cleansing.
The M23 have been rounding up recruits to join their fight, willing or otherwise. It doesn't pay to disagree. Here, police officers who surrendered to the rebels when they took the city of Bukavu are lined up for retraining. What choice did we have, one told us. Little choice at the barrel of a gun. The M23 have a history of brutality, like the Congolese army and many armed groups in the DRC.
Now, I mean, is Congo, is there corruption in the government? Absolutely. We've talked about it. You know, there's systemic inequality in the DRC, but that is not why the M23 is fighting. All right. Let's go to China.
China.
Talk about this one. This is Reuters from a day ago. BYD, the electric car company, apparently doing something rather unusual in what's the word? Oh my god, my brain just broke. I think that Trump speech broke my brain. I can't think of what I was about to say just now. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'll just read this fucking title then. BYD raises $5.6 billion in shares sale. Hong Kong's biggest in years. Hello. Go. Web go. There we go.
EV giant BYD said Tuesday it raised almost $5.6 billion in a share sale. That made it the biggest such listing in Hong Kong for 4 years. Now the Chinese firm plans to use the money to increase research and development spending and expand overseas. BYD has rapidly emerged as the country's biggest automaker, but over 90% of its 4 million sales last year were in its home market. There it accounted for more than a third of the total shipments of electric cars and plug-in hybrids. In February alone, it launched 21 new electrified vehicles in a bid to stay competitive at home. The firm is also ramping up hiring, with a goal to sell up to 6 million vehicles this year. That would put it roughly on par with General Motors.
Wow.
As part of the drive, it's ramping up export efforts, with Brazil currently its largest overseas market. Now the share sale reflects increasing optimism over the tech sector in China and Hong Kong. Sentiment has lifted following a high-level summit of top executives led by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Investors took that as a sign that the government planned to give more support to the tech sector. BYD shares were down over 6%.
Yeah, and it's super weird to see these guys in the back. Where did they go? Well, there was a couple guys in the back there. They're big business leaders at this meeting. Yeah, BYD reaching the same number of sales of vehicles as, did they say GM or Ford? I can't remember. Either way, this is what I was talking about earlier with the tariffs and with Apple and just products in general, what's about to happen. Because the market in China is freaking huge. Granted, BYD is selling in other places too. But I think a large portion of their sales are all in China. Let's go here while we're in Hong Kong. Associated Press from 22 hours ago. Trump tariffs a lose-lose policy, according to one Hong Kong investment analysts. Analyst? My brain is broken right now.
Dominance in artificial intelligence. No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Donald Trump, as expected, imposed 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico today, and also 10% extra tariff on China starting today. And this will cause disruption in trade globally, not just between the four countries, as mentioned. The market reacted negatively, and the Hong Kong market fell sharply at opening. Hang Seng Index fell as much as 549 points, but then the market rebounded.
Mr. President, tariff takes effect. It'll be 20% on China now. How high are you willing to go against China?
It depends on what they do with their currency. It depends on what they do in terms of a retaliation with some kind of an economic retaliation, which I don't think they're going to retaliate too much. Hey, look, the United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years.
China is well prepared for the trade war, and it really won't affect that much as Canada and Mexico, because Canada and Mexico have something like 70% of the trade with the U.S. So,
yeah, one Hong Kong analyst saying it's a lose-lose for everyone, but China isn't going to be affected as much as America's allies.
China.
All right, now let's go over to Taiwan. Quickly talk about the investment that was announced by TSMC CEO with Donald Trump and Howard Lutnick there. Here's South China Morning Post from yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Taiwanese computer chip giant TSMC says it will invest $100 billion in the United States. U.S. President Donald Trump hailed the plan as a tremendous move by TSMC.
This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and high-paying jobs. In total, today's announcement brings Taiwan semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already, among the largest new foreign direct investments in the United States.
Trump has repeatedly accused Taiwan of stealing from the U.S. chip industry. He has threatened tariffs of up to 100% on imported chips, especially those of the island. The press conference, Trump accused TSMC of taking advantage. You must be able to build the chips. Gotta do it. You're gonna build all the chips. All right. See what Howard Lutnick had to say. He was really excited.
Please, David. Sure. Thank you.
So I'm thrilled to be here today because President Trump has made it a fundamental objective to bring semiconductor chip manufacturing home to America. Under the Biden administration, TSMC received a $6 billion grant, and that encouraged them to build $65 billion. So America gave TSMC 10% of the money to build here. And now you're seeing the power of Donald Trump's presidency, because TSMC, the greatest manufacturer of chips in the world, is coming to America with a $100 billion investment. And of course, that is backed by the fact that they can come here because they can avoid paying tariffs. So the idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers, the Apple, NVIDIA, that whole list that Chairman Wei gave in order to bring production to America. So we're really, really excited. This continues the most incredible path you've ever seen in these first weeks and months of the Trump administration of incredible manufacturing coming to America. The keys that the president has called out are coming here. They're coming here in huge size because they want to be in the greatest market in the world, and they want to avoid the tariffs that if they're not here, they'd have to suffer. So I want to congratulate.
There's Howard Lutnick speaking from behind the presidential seal as a bought for, in his bought for position, because of course he gave Donald Trump's campaign almost $10 million. Another person in Donald Trump's White House who all paid for their positions, people like Elon Musk, of course, Linda McMahon. You know, many of the people who got jobs, they bought him. That's partially why he's so excited. He had no idea you could just buy your way into government. Lutnick is blown away by it all.
Follow the rich white man.
All right. Oh, wow. Got through it all today. We got through just about everything. We just got a few stories left. I haven't even seen this one yet. Let's go. Reuters 23 hours ago. Dancing between J-pop and Cantonese opera in Hong Kong. What does that even mean?
Rika Wu is an artist who wears two faces. The 31-year-old's personas span cultures and very different audiences.
Hello everyone, I am Rika Wu, the leader of the Hong Kong-based Japanese-style female idol group Otome Syndream, and I am also a Cantonese opera performer. Whether I pursue a career as a Japanese idol or a Cantonese opera performer, I hope to be a professional in my field. At the same time, I aspire to be a bridge between the two cultures, allowing people to appreciate the beauty of traditional culture while also exploring and engaging with pop culture.
Hong Kong's underground J-pop scene emerged in the mid-2010s. But its Cantonese opera has roots that go back hundreds of years.
After becoming a Japanese-style idol, I fell in love with performing on stage because I feel that I truly exist when I am on stage. I love the feeling of finding my own value through performing. That is why I chose to learn Cantonese opera. It involves singing, dancing, acting, and even martial arts, all of which I wanted to learn.
Wow, that's a lot of preparation seem to be going into this Cantonese opera. I mean, wow. But it's a cool little story. A fusion of cultures. All right, second to last story, everybody. Great job. I'm extra impressed today since we were assaulted at the beginning of this stream by Donald Trump's horrifying nearly 2-hour speech in Congress. And yet you're still here watching the stream all the way at the end. We are ending her a little early. Probably because even though we've gone 7 hours, we started like an hour and a half early. Maybe I'll get some sleep today. No, probably not. No, probably not. All right. Wait. What's going on? No. Why was this taken down? Oh, no. This is unacceptable. We can't do this. We can't have this happen. I said to. I gotta find something. This is unacceptable. Oh, God. This is horrifying. This has never happened before. What am I supposed to do now? You know, I'll do this. This is what I'll do. Let's go back slightly to China. Here's a channel somebody recommended to me the other day. NHK World Japan. Analysis. Beijing bets on economic growth despite U.S. tariffs. That's right, Jerry. I saw your message.
Now turning to China, one of its biggest political events, the National People's Congress, has kicked off in Beijing. The government says it's aiming for around 5% GDP growth this year. Premier Li Chang set the target. It's the same as last year. The country's GDP did manage to hit that 5% goal in 2024. The government intends to support the economy and maintain growth despite recent trade friction with the United States.
The global environment today is increasingly complex and severe. That could have a major impact on China's trade, science, and technology. Unilateralism and protectionism are also on the rise, hindering the international community.
Washington recently doubled its tariffs on Chinese goods, bringing it up to 20%. Beijing has announced countermeasures, but exports have long driven the Chinese economy. Among other actions, Beijing plans to promote consumption to boost domestic demand. On defense spending, that budget will increase by 7.2%, bringing it to about $245 billion. It shows Beijing will continue.
If they do drive consumer spending in China, Apple's going to want to keep their factories in China even more.
China to strengthen its military capabilities despite a potential economic slowdown. China has stepped up military pressure on Taiwan and is continuing its maritime activities in the East and South China Seas. For more on this, we're now joined by...
Okay. Cool. Had to take a little detour there since one of these videos got made private in the time that this stream was going. And we can no longer view it. Okay, let's go as far east as you can go. Kind of. To Australia, where women are still being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
As according to this Reuters report from 18 hours ago, women are still paid 20% less than men.
Australia's gender pay gap has narrowed slightly, but women are still paid nearly a fifth less than men. That's according to a government report, which found the finance, mining and construction industries showed the biggest differences. The survey also showed that 72% of employers had a gap favouring men. The country's average pay gap in the year to March 2024 dropped to 18.6%, compared to 19% the previous year, and over half of companies reduced their pay gaps. Australia's Minister for Women, Katie Gallagher, said there had been good progress towards closing the gap.
More employers reduced their gender pay gap this year. The size of the gaps are coming down. And importantly, which was part of the reason why we wanted this data out there, we're seeing more and more employers engage in what's happening in their businesses themselves, engaging with staff, but also doing some analysis about what's driving some of those outcomes across their companies.
Major firms with big pay gaps favouring men included Australia's top investment bank, Macquarie Group, with a gap of almost 42%, and gas producer Woodside, with a gap of over 25%. Data wasn't collated for Macquarie previously, but Woodside showed an improvement from 30% a year earlier. In 2020...
Wow, women were getting paid 30% less in Australia? That's pretty shitty. Yeah, I mean, it's an improvement, undoubtedly, but wow, a lot of work to be done in Australia on gender pay equality. Yeesh. Well, looks like we made it through another show, Space Fams. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Well, you didn't think I was going to forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moen Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, and McGoggles. That's right. All those people have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. I see a 1. I see a 1 in chat. That's good enough. It's good enough to get it done.
Dum The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes when she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes
Brasil, samba que dá bamboleio, que faz gingar o Brasil do meu amor, terra de nosso Senhor. Abre a cortina do passado.
Gosh, it's beautiful here.
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se 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 você me vê sorrindo à toa.
Yeah.
Nasceram da terra,